Okay. May we have roll call, please?
Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
Okay, this is our first meeting of the Historic Resources Board this year. So let me just review the procedures for the meetings. If you have a comment on an item that's not on the agenda, we'll get to that point shortly. But if you would like to speak on something that's on the agenda, you'll need to fill out a speaker card, and they're on a table in the back of the room. So just put your name and your address. When you're invited to come to the podium, introduce yourself and your address. To the podium and be on camera for the audience, for the public at home. Okay, our first item is ceremonial items, selection of chairman and vice chairman.
I recommend we leave like they are.
Okay.
Second.
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay.
So that being the chairman being Commissioner Guibert, vice chairman
Georgiana.
Goulart.
Yeah.
No, you chairman, vice chairman.
Vice.
Vice.
And vice chairman Georgiana Goulart.
So can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Guibert?
Aye.
Commissioner Morrissey?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Medeiros?
Aye.
Chairman Franco?
Aye.
All members of the commission being present and working certified that you pass unanimously.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public comment. So here's your chance. If there's something you'd like to talk about that's not on the agenda, if you have a project you're considering that you'd just like to find out if it's a viable option, you can come forward and do that now. Is there anybody interested in speaking about something that's not on the agenda?
Or if there are items you would like to have on the agenda, get up and tell us what you would like to see or hear.
Okay. Seeing no one come forward, we will close that portion. Did you have anything? Hi, hello. Did you have anything you wanted to speak about tonight? Okay. We'll move on to action items. So we have action A, affidavit of posting agenda. And we have B, consideration of recommendation to the Planning Commission to approve a sign permit for the Golden Wheel Antiques at 407 3rd Street. Now, it doesn't look like the applicant is here. Shall we take these items?
In the absence of the applicant, I move that we continue the item until he is able to be here to discuss his application.
Do we have a second?
To be later. So if he were to come, would we hear it
Planning?
then?
No, you can't hear it then because this meeting will be adjourned.
Because that was your last item.
For anyone who's new tonight, we are two bodies. The Historic Resources Board is the advisory board. We meet first, and then when we adjourn, then the Planning Commission meets. So that explains that a little bit. Do we have a second on that motion to continue?
I'll second it.
Okay. Vote, please.
Commissioner Guibert?
Aye.
Commissioner Duarte?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Medeiros?
Aye.
Chairman Franco?
I'm not the chairman, but aye.
All members of the commission being present and working certified that you pass unanimously.
Did we
No.
approve of the A?
No, we didn't.
And the posting of that is, where is the posting of?
Second page.
4A.
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
A?
Yeah.
Okay,
But 4A, in my book,
do you have this sheet updated with posting?
yes, but it says public hearing.
Well,
Does yours say agenda?
okay, I know there's one out there someplace.
It doesn't. Mine doesn't say public hearing.
Yours says public hearing.
No, it doesn't.
Or do you have one for ours? Oh, right here.
Yeah, 4A.
Okay, I found it in the right place.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're good. And we have a second.
I would like to say that we will that would be continued to the next regular meeting of the Historic Resources Board.
What, 4A?
No, 4B.
No,
Oh, 4B, oh yeah.
Yeah, the resolution.
So we
You
have
to
a
go to time. You have to go to place and time and place specific.
we have a first and a second motion regarding the approval of affidavit. So we need a roll call vote. That one? Do we need a roll call vote for the affidavit of posting?
Commissioner Rivera?
Aye.
Chairman.
Councilmember Velarde?
Aye.
Sorry. Commissioner Rivera?
Aye.
Commissioner Velarde?
Aye.
Commissioner Rivera?
Aye.
Commissioner Riveros?
Aye.
Chairman Santos?
Aye.
All members of the council, I'm sorry, the planning commission, the motion has stated that it would pass unanimously.
Historic Resources Board. Yeah.
Historic, all members of the historic resources board in session, the motion has stated that it would pass.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 5,
Before we
yes?
go on, I don't understand why the light is not on the camera. Are we on television or not?
Your red light's not on. Okay.
Burned out.
Does it
Okay.
mean that it's working? Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 5, comments. Comments from the Historic Resources Board.
I have none.
Okay.
I'd like to thank The Voice for featuring Vanda's article about Georgiana Gallardi. I'm very pleased.
That was a very good article.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
we had a great subject.
Not ready.
I'm proud to serve with somebody esteemed like you.
Thank you.
50 years of
50 years
service.
is a long time. It's not quite all my whole life, but I've enjoyed every moment of it.
You are a valuable resource. And
Thank you.
We wanted you to know that we value you. There are copies of the Mission Voice, Village Voice in the back that you're welcome to have. Comments from the city manager, city planner? Okay, well then, we adjourn this meeting of the Historic Resources Board and pass the gavel
What
to
time is it?
city
6:07.
planning.
You did good. That's fascinating.
Now,
Okay.
Can I make a motion that we do items that I can vote on and first, and then I can recuse for everything else? That would be items, for me, would be items A, B, 4, items in 4, 5, A, B, G, H, and I have to recuse on the rest of it.
Okay.
It's just a, you don't have
Do
to,
you have
but
a game or something? Or? No, it's Tuesday.
the NFL preseason.
Okay, so A you can do, B you cannot do, C,
He can't do.
I could do A, B, I could do A, B, and GH.
A, B, and GH.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And while we're at it, I'd like to ask if we can approve all of item C, all 6 at one time?
Make one motion there, however, the clerk will have to read
Resolution
the resolution numbers.
numbers.
The
okay.
titles, yeah.
In other words, each one will have a separate resolution, so she'll read the numbers, so it can be all in one motion.
Okay.
Okay, on the public hearing items, we'll take these, we'll take 5A. This is to consider resolution 2015
Wait.
XX.
What about 4? Item 4.
And what about public comments?
Oh, okay, we should probably do that too.
Well, we
I'm
have-
sorry. Okay, this is the time for public comments. Anybody who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, now would be the time. If you want to speak on something that's on the agenda, please hold your comments until that time so that it is part of the actual record and everybody can hear and work with you on, in case there's some new information. So, does anybody like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Sir, your name, please.
My name is Andy Shah Coron. I'm not a resident of the city. I live between Aromas and San Juan off of Cole Road. Last year, we did a series of presentations to the city council in regards to our city becoming a model green city, which led to a unanimous resolution in that regards. And I'm hoping that as you guys consider projects that come before you, increasingly that you think about it in terms of how it might move us in the direction of becoming a model green city, more reliance on renewable energy, more reliance on focusing on gray water and on positively interaction with the environment around the city. We believe, as we did a presentation at the Intersolar Conference in San Francisco, and we think that the whole move toward kind of embracing a greener future is both good for the environment, good for the people of this community, and good for the economic climate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other person who would like to speak? Okay, we'll go to the next item, informal project reviews. This is a not a tactic, but something we offer the developers a chance to make their presentation informally with no decisions, but allow them to tell the planning commission what they'd like to do, and if it really is bad and we frown pretty bad, he'll know to go back and redesign. But again, there's no cost, but it's just a chance to present something and see whether they'll stick with the city of San Juan Bautista. Are there any informal presentations? Okay, next item, consent items. Consent agenda consists of to approve the affidavit of posting agenda, and I believe it is in there, 4A. Approve the affidavit of posting and mailing public hearing notices, and I believe they're in there also. And then approve the minutes for the meeting of December 4, 2014. Do we have any comments on any of those?
I just have one comment on the minutes.
Okay.
On page 4, towards the bottom of the page, a motion was made by Commissioner Guibert and seconded. Seconded has a typo. Just needs correction. That was all.
Okay.
I didn't have anything.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda, subject to that correction.
I move that we approve A, B, and C, subject to that correction.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call for the vote.
Commissioner Bieber,
Aye.
Commissioner Duarte,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Madero,
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Here. Hi.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is certified by the passed unanimously.
Okay. Now, the legal part is done. They legally posted, public notices have been made. Now, public hearing items. The first one, consider resolution 2015-XX for pre-zoning a 1.04 acre parcel of land situated at Monterey and Mokelumne Streets, APN 012-140-017, to a commercial district. Staff, you want to tell us about that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the 1.04 acres is a piece of property that lies in the county. It is not in the city of San Juan Bautista, but it's part of a larger parcel, about 3.8 acres, that's owned by one contiguous owner. That portion in the general plan and the zoning inside the city is commercial. On our general plan, the nose, or the 1.4 that extends out to Monterey Street, right at the corner of Mokelumne and Monterey Street, is in the county, and it's zoned agricultural, AP 5 acres. We would like to bring that into the city, pre-zone it as commercial, so it's consistent with our general plan, and then it would make it one piece at that corner.
It's under single ownership? Both
Single
parcels?
ownership, yes.
Okay. Okay, public gets a chance to comment on this. Anybody would like to say anything regarding this proposal? There being none, commissioners, what's your feeling about this? We have a resolution that's recommending that we approve the pre-zoning. And since it's perfectly consistent with the general plan,
I think it makes sense.
yeah, this,
It definitely makes sense. We had a proposal for the rest of the property one time, and that little piece was left out right there, and it didn't make sense to them.
Time to fix it.
Also, isn't that under control of Caltrans when something needs to be done on it?
Yeah, it has a access limitations on about 3/4 of the property fronting on 156, and it wraps around on the return on the Monterey Street access. So the access would only probably be limited to a very small portion on the Mokelumne Street side.
I go along with it.
okay.
I don't have any concerns.
We have a resolution. I don't think we need to read it, but it does state that it's exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, states the sections, and I think that's important that we know that. So we find it's been exempted, and meets all of our city requirements. Chair entertains a motion regarding, what would this number be?
This one is
2015-05.
I move that we accept the resolution 2015-05. Do I need to repeat it?
Just the
Resolution
title.
of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the pre-zoning of a 1.04 parcel of land, APN 012-140-017, situated at the southeast corner of the intersection of Monterey and McCollum Streets to commercial district and recommend to the City Council.
Call for the vote.
Second.
Oh, second.
I second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Commissioner Bieber,
Aye.
Commissioner Gularte,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos,
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the name passes unanimously.
Okay. We'll go to public hearing item B. Consider resolution 2015, that would be probably 06. That's my guess, okay. For a pre-zoning of a 1.08 acre parcel at 1147 San Juan Highway, APN 012-100-012 to single-family residential district, R1. Staff, you want to tell us about that one?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as you recall, when we split the division of the 69-acre ranch into two pieces, and the 28.35 acres was inside the city, but a portion, the 1.0 acres, lied outside the city, the little triangular piece at the furthest most northern part. That is part of the Rancho Vista there. The general plan has designated this in the new general plan, and what we did is we rezoned the thing, or what we're proposing is to rezone it consistent with the rezoning of the 27-acre parcel, so that when it becomes annexed into, and it'll have to go through LAFCO, it will be consistent with the remaining 27 acres and part of the total 28.35 acres of the Rancho Vista. So this is kind of a housekeeping to make sure that everything is in our jurisdiction so that we can take action on it.
Since this is not a Rancho Vista thing, this is just a pre-zoning of a 1.0 acre parcel.
Exactly.
We'll keep it to that, and we'll not put the subdivision, because the subdivision doesn't exist, but the acre does.
That is correct. Yeah. And for that reason, both Vanda and Dave Medeiros are beyond the 500 and 300-foot radius and can take action on as a full commission.
Okay. We'll hear from the public. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item, for or against, or in between? There being none, we'll go to the commissioners. Discussions.
I just want to clarify the APN number. It's different on the agenda than it is on the actual document.
Yeah, it should be.
It should be 100?
It should be 0012 10.0112. That
Okay.
is the correct
Exactly.
assessor parcel, because it's a 12 series because it lies in the county at the present.
But it's not 100, it's 10?
It's
It's 100.
Oh, it is
100. Yeah.
10.
Mhm.
It is
Oh.
100,
It is
100.
100.
the middle part.
Yeah,
So
there's
Oh.
actually three in the
the
middle.
typo over here, no, then it's right.
Yeah.
It is 100.
It's right, it's correct on the agenda, but not on the report.
Yeah, it's
And
just a
It's
typo.
just
Oh,
a typo.
that's-
But on the resolution.
And it's
so-
correct on the
So
resolution.
the resolution is what counts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
That's correct.
And the address,
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay, commissioners, what do you think?
It seems like a matter of housekeeping, so I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have no concerns, I agree with the movement.
I have no problem with it.
Okay, let's look at this resolution here. Request a pre-zone. And we note in here that we approved an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration and general plan amendments and the amendment to the 1998 general plan and land use designations on December 4, 2010. And for this parcel will be included in the urban growth boundary. So we've done that. And we're going to take it into low-density residential. and everything else upon annexation, and everything else seems to be consistent with our general plan. That being so, Chair entertains a motion regarding this proposal.
I'll make a motion that, oh, go. Question? I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 2015-06.
Would you read the title for the...
Yeah, resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the pre-zoning of a 1.08 parcel of land situated at 1149 San Juan Bautista Highway, or San Juan Highway. Parcel number is 012-100-0112 from agricultural to R1 low-density residential district, and recommend to the City of Council.
Call for vote.
Do we need a second?
Oh, do you want a second?
Yeah.
I'll second.
You have a second? Now we can call for a vote.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Gallardo,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos,
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Aye.
All members of the council being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay. Requested.
So we're skipping C?
We're going to go to G now.
Okay.
Okay. For the convenience of our commissioners having to jump up and down here, we'll go to G. Okay, consider a conditional use permit for Hacienda de Leal, allowing outdoor dining as an accessory use in the courtyard and patio area. Section 11-04-030B of San Juan Bautista Municipal Code. This is a continued public hearing. Staff, can you bring us up to date on this, please?
Let's see, I was on the next item there that we jumped over. Hang on a minute.
The G?
Yeah, we're at G.
Yeah.
Is the applicant here?
Hang on a minute. There we
Find
go.
that.
Way back here.
Okay. We'll get down to it here. Yes. Okay. As you recall, at the last meeting, we had discussed the aspect in order for the Hacienda de Leal to serve food and alcohol beverage in the patio there, that they would have to go through a conditional use permit. And because our code says is that all commercial activities should be inside the building. However, it does give the exception that dining and food and beverage consumption can take place in a patio, but it has to be an accessory to a restaurant use. We've analyzed the commercial aspect of the inn. We found that they operate now with a pizza oven and a kitchen preparation area in the old pool house, and that they have the capabilities of being catered to the things. And the question we have asked in the determination is that the principal issue is the commission must address the restaurant aspect that is permitted by the city. And the real critical question there is the current operation of the pizza oven, does that qualify as a restaurant? And can you make that decision whether it's allowable under the current use permit? Putting it into another perspective, in the restaurant, if it was in another business, another building in that same property, would you require site and design review approval? And the question is yes, you would have to go through and exercise that as a separate entity. So the question now is that conversion of the pool house into a somewhat pizza oven and kitchen preparation area, does that fit the concept of a certified kitchen for the use of serving food out into the patio area? And I think that's the critical issue. I think Matt has got some additional information on there where he researched it through the ABC.
And the health department.
And the health department, yeah.
I found out that according to the health department, it is not a restaurant. It is a catering kitchen. And if they wanted it to be a real restaurant in their terms, that they're going to have to go through some more permits and land check. In addition to, if they want to use the outside bar that we saw when we toured the place as an actual bar, there's more stuff included in that. And then the ABC actually does consider it a restaurant. They evidently have very lax definitions. So they, on the side, told me that if you had a panini grill, a table, and a chair, that counts as a restaurant for them. So anyway, so you just need to decide what constitutes a restaurant according to the city of San Juan Bautista. And then, you know, the ABC and health department will sort of go from there according to what you define it as. So.
Okay. Is the applicant here? I think this is too big of an issue to be dealt with in the shadows. I would prefer that the applicant be here to hear everything firsthand and discuss it. For everybody's understanding, I believe on the 22nd at noontime, the Planning Commission held a special meeting on site to tour the area so that we would be apprised of what was happening out there rather than just worrying about paper. And the applicant was very gracious. He and the staff showed us the whole project. And so at least we know what's out on the site. But I do believe the applicant should be here to hear the discussions related to this item. And I would ask for a motion to that effect if the commission feels that.
Do we make that clear to applicants that they need to be present?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I move.
We
Okay.
do.
We do.
The fact that we have changed the timing on this is a big concern to me.
Timing? It's a continued public hearing.
We
Oh.
changed the timing on the agenda.
We moved it up.
We moved it up. And so if he were to appear here in 10 minutes, would we hear him?
No. Okay, what we can do then, if that's the key, one option is to continue it from now. The other option is to go through the other items, and when it gets back to G, if the applicant is not here, we have to keep going.
Okay. I move that we do that.
Okay?
Was
Say
there
again
any
what we're gonna
intention,
do.
I mean, was there any information that we've received that they were going to be here, the applicant?
Well, only that we gave a copy of the agenda, you know, and that a lot of times people will look at it and says, well, I'm farther down the agenda, I'll just come in a little late. So it would be appropriate to continue it to later on in the agenda.
So we won't be continued, we'll just go back to
Keep it.
item C.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to review for the general public the fact that at our special meeting, a letter was read from an attorney regarding this issue of that we take the whole picture for the application. So we don't have copies of that available now, but we did have that review, and it was entered into the minutes for the special meeting. So we'll explain part of our concern about making sure that our applicant is aware
Would you like to read the
of our
letter?
action. It was read into the minutes at the last meeting,
Okay,
and
this is
I
letter
would like
6.
to have the public on television realize that that letter has been accepted and read in one of our meetings.
Okay.
Is that the one that was written for Dadwell? Was that the Dadwell letter?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It comes from the firm of Anthony Lombardo and Associates Professional Corporation, dated January 6th. It's to the chair and the members of the commission regarding Hacienda de Leal. It's signed by Gail Hatter Crawford, Senior Land Specialist for that firm. That letter has been read publicly and is part of the permanent file.
Thank you.
Okay, why don't we go back to items C, D, E, F, and when we get to G, we'll see what happens then. Okay, we have a situation in which two of our commissioners live within the zone which considers a conflict of interest for their being there, and as such are unable to be part of the discussions and the vote for the next items.
With the exception of Wanda.
Yeah, I think I can be present for item C.
Okay. So other than that, and the records should reflect not that they were absent, not that they abstained, but they recused.
I'm supposed to call it out as absent. They're considered absent if they're gone.
But they're not absent, they're here. Absent is when you're not here at all, and they are physically were here, they recused themselves, stepped down from the dais, and then came back up after that issue. So I don't consider them absent.
But they're absent from the dais. The city attorney at our last planning commission meeting made that clear when a city council member, at the city council meeting, had to step down. And I asked her, would it be absent or abstain? And she said absent.
Stand corrected.
And I think the interpretation from the attorney is that when they recuse themselves, they are supposed to leave the council chambers and go outside and not be present. They can't sit inside.
Did the attorney say that?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought that, though, that if they are, neighbors to the property, they are still part of the public. But anyways, they are absent from the dais.
Okay.
So I gotta leave?
Did you go out the door?
Yeah.
No,
You have to get up and
we've always sat in the back. Just don't shoot any dagger eyes at us.
Okay, so that being said, we'll now go to the, we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have 7 parcels that all have the similar situation.
So it
In
should
fact,
be, should
six.
be only 6.
6.
The 7th parcel is a separate item, and that is for the 27 acres. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I just read it off the top.
Mhm, yeah.
Okay, staff wants to give us a posting on this.
Yeah. As you recall, when we were developing the Rancho Vista and we discovered that the vast majority of, from Mr. Al Ribero's property going north to the Loceza, the 6 properties were existing, being served by sewer and water, been there for a number of years, but they were outside the urban growth boundaries and they were zoned agriculture, minimum 5-acre parcels. And we felt that this was really an oversight on the 1998 general plan, and we wanted to correct that. But we didn't want to go and zone the whole parcels residential, because the vast majority of them further to the east are in a floodplain and are used as agriculture. So we said that only 11.7 acres along First Street and San Juan Highway should be zoned low density. We moved and adopted the urban growth boundaries and put it back to allow that 11.7 acres. Now we're going to come back and pre-zone it, or not pre-zone it, but rezone it, because they're in the city, from agricultural to low density residential R1, single family residential. And that's currently what they're being used as.
Thank you. Okay, to correct an oversight on our general plan, we have these 6 resolutions. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak on these items, of any of the 6? We'll take them as a unit, since they're all side by side. No speakers? There being no one who would like to speak, we will go to the next item. Let's see. Do we have any comments on this from the public at all? Okay. Then what we want to do then, we notice that in the resolution, on each one, part of the motion states that the Planning Commission and the City of San Juan Bautista, that's the council, approved the initial study and the negative declaration on January 6, 2015 to amend the urban growth boundary and the land use designation of the 1998 general plan. And I think that's important to note. So the environmental work has been done. The next item will be the approving of the rezoning of each of one of the parcels. And so what I'd ask for, Commissioner, do you have any comments before we call for action?
No, once again, it's just continuing something we've started, just housekeeping.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, the purpose of, you can take one motion and approve all 6 of them, but each one will be a separate resolution, because each one of them has a specific legal description.
Correct.
And when it's forwarded to and recommended to the city council, they will be adopted by ordinance. And
Okay, let's take that one real clear then. Whoever makes if a motion is made to approve, then what I want you to do is to read get a number from the clerk first, and then we'll read the resolution title. We don't need to go into it because, like I said, the environmental is very clearly made in there, and then the legal description. So whoever does it will end up reading 6 resolution titles. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes, do we take the numbers first and put them,
Well, just
or
ask.
just you do it as we talk?
I'll read out the resolution number as the title.
The first one.
For
APN 002-240-014.
that would be number 7.
the 07, yeah.
07. And then the others would just follow. 13 would be 08.
08?
And then 12 would be 09.
09, yeah.
Double lot 3 would be 10.
Is it 11?
Correct? 10.
Yes.
Okay. Double lot 2 would be 11. Let's see. Double lot 1 would be 12. Okay. That's what the maker of the motion is going to have to do. Have a glass of water? Can drink it.
Mr. Chairman, I
Question.
move, I'm going to read this part up
Yeah.
here, and then I will say, I move that we approve a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista for the rezoning of the parcels noted in the resolutions as we say their numbers. To- 07, Resolution 2, 2015-07, 2015-08, 2015-09, 2015-10, 2015-11, and 2015-12, and recommend to the City Council to change the zoning from agriculture to R1 low density residential district. Is that a zoning or use?
That's good. Rezoning.
Okay.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second that.
We have a second. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Budet,
Aye.
Commissioner Duarte,
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos is absent. Chairman Franco,
Aye.
with 4 members of the commission being present, the motion is taken by the member passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, that takes a big chunk out of them. Okay, what's
So we are clear through that.
that takes care of 5C.
Okay, and now,
Okay, 5D. Consider a resolution for rezoning a 27.27 acre parcel of land situated at 1147 San Juan Highway, such as parcel number 002-220-006, from agriculture to single-family residential district R1.
Is that a
and we
typo?
would correct that to, the address would be 1149. Be
1149.
consistent, yes.
Whose property is, that's the Christopher Ranch?
That's
So,
Christopher Ranch.
can I be here?
Uh,
Or do I have to recuse myself?
You have to recuse
Okay,
yourself.
so I'm going to recuse myself because I live within 300 feet.
And it's not the house, it is the property line. They'll circle completely around the property line, and if you're within, any part of the project is within it, the state says you have a conflict of interest. Okay, Steph, you want to tell us what's happening?
Again, this is the culmination of splitting the 28.3 acre parcel off of the larger ranch, bringing it in, it's within the city limits now, and the urban growth boundaries was adjusted, and the land use was designated low-density residential by the approval of the previous resolutions that the commission approved. And then the commission went on to approve the environmental documents that allowed that. And so at this point here, the rezoning of it is where you are going to recommend to the city council the rezoning from agriculture to low-density residential.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item, for or against, or in between? No cards? Would you submit your...
No, not until the next meeting.
Not person?
Okay.
See,
This is...
Mr. Ribeiro wants to speak.
Correct me, is that the property, Roger, is that the property that goes down below the Zuniga house?
No, this is...
The Lavazino property?
Yeah, no, this is the Christopher Ranch that's across the street and north of Creek Bridge subdivision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was, thank you.
No problem. Okay, anyone else like to speak for or against? Okay, the chair notes there are no speakers from the public. Commissioners, what do we got here?
Is the applicant going to speak or just Roger?
Okay, would the applicant like to say anything before we get into this?
Chairman and Commissioners, staff, thank you guys again for taking the time. I know we've seen this a couple of times, and I appreciate your time on it. About all I can say is it's probably a little easier than the last one in that it's one parcel number, but it is just rezoning to the low-density residential. Thank you.
Okay.
So we need to do this in order to go ahead with the project, is that correct?
Right, this is now we're getting into it.
It's
It's the
similar to the
next
other.
step in the sequence, yes.
We're going to rezone the property because the development cannot occur right now because it's agricultural. So we've done all this work, and now the next step is put in a zoning district whereby he can apply for a subdivision meeting the city's zoning standards for residential.
I understand.
So we're good. Any comments on the rezoning, Commissioner?
It will become number 2015-13?
It's 13.
13.
This is 13?
Okay, well, note that the commission and the city, i.e. the council, approved the initial study and the negative declaration on December 4th, 2014 to amend the urban growth boundary and the land use designation of the general plan. So the next step now is to rezone it, and there being no comments from the commission or the public, the chair entertains a motion on this proposal to rezone. This takes it out of agriculture and puts it into residential, low density.
I move that, and I will read the whole thing. I move that Resolution 2015, number 13, which is a planning commission resolution of the city of San Juan Bautista approving the rezoning of 27.27 acre parcel of land situated at 1149 San Juan Highway. Assessor's parcel number 012-220-006.
And that should be correction 002-220-006.
Say again.
The APN number is 002
002, not 1.
220-006. Yeah. Mhm.
Because it's not in the county.
It's
Is
in
that
the city.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's currently in the city. Yes.
From agriculture to R1 low-density residential zoning district, and recommend to the city council passage.
Okay. There is a resolution on the table,
I'll second that.
second to the motion. Okay, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Guerrero is absent. Commissioner Galarte?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos is absent. Chairman Franco?
Aye.
With 3 members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the mayor to pass it unanimously.
Okay. What's the next one? Let's see what we call this one here.
So we are on
That was D.
E.
Okay, next item of business here is the consider a resolution for a vested tentative map for Rancho Vista subdivision at 1147 San Juan Highway.
That's 1149.
1149,
Typo again.
yes.
11:42.
That's 11. That's a typo.
11:49, okay. Busy day here. Okay, staff, you want to bring us up to date?
Yes, members of the commission.
After all this
Mr.
time?
Chairman, yes, on the long haul here. This is a vested tentative map for an 86-lot subdivision on 28.35 acres, of which 1.08 acre is currently in the county and will be annexed to supplement it. The overall density that's allowed in an R1 range is anywhere from 1/2 to 5 units per acre. The proposed density is 3.03 units per acre. The vested tentative map has a background where it is creating the extension of 3rd Street and looping around to a road that will connect to 1st Street and San Juan Highway. It will provide a crossing to the west fork of the San Juan Creek. It will contain open space, an open space reserve area, a detention basin for storm drain retention that will also be used as a recreation and park area when not inundated with floodwaters. It will result in the extension of sewer, water, storm drain through the subdivisions. It will have walking distance, walking paths, and various recreation facilities. And we can go on, but I think I'll defer that to the applicant. They're in the audience, and they will make a presentation. We've analyzed the subdivision from a standpoint of one, can the city handle the new lots in terms of our water system and our sewer system? And in your staff report, we analyzed the demand of each lot and how it will affect our production of domestic water and capabilities. The subdivision will have at its access reclaimed water to irrigate the parks and open space. It will meet the criteria of our water productions that we have currently, and this subdivision will use about 40,000 gallons per day when fully built out, and that will be built out over in 7 different phases. In the current sewer treatment plant is rated at a 0.224 MGDs per day. Based on other developments that the commission has approved, the Ambrosio 27-lot PUD and the fuel station and the DS Mobile Home Park that just recently connected to our sanitary sewer system, that adds another 37,000 gallons to the current daily flows of 51,500. That will give us 208,000 gallons or 0.208 MGDs per day, and that constitutes about 90% of the capacity of the sewer treatment plant.
Okay. Ms. Fulton, do you want to add anything before we start?
Would you like me to go through the presentation for public comment first?
Well, why don't we see what you got, and then they can comment on that.
All right, let's do that. We're going to pass out, there is a map for each individual. plenty, right? Thank you. First of all, Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and members of the audience, thank you for walking through this again with me tonight. I know this is about the fourth time, maybe the fifth time that you've seen it, and it has evolved in each meeting that we have been to. I'd like to thank all of you that did attend and do the walking tour last Friday of the site. We got a lot of good information out of it, and I think a lot of people got a good perspective by being on site that is much different than just sitting there and looking at the map, because I think it opens your eyes to what you're really going to see when we do get this completed. So hopefully we have a map in front of everyone at this time, and I'm going to walk you through this pretty briefly because it's the same PowerPoint that you've seen 3 or 4 times. A couple numbers have changed, and the final map that we will end up has changed. So, and it's changed a little bit based on the input that we got through all of these meetings. Again, Rancho Vista, it's 28.3 acres, 86 homes, about 3 units per gross acre. Our minimum lot size is 7,000 square feet, and it will occur in 7 phases. Each of those phases is about 12 homes per phase. And then it will include the entrance from the San Juan Highway, where we intend to have the monument welcoming you to the city of San Juan Bautista, along with the roundabout to slow down traffic at the start. We have tied this together with the development agreement. And the development agreement, it's the formal agreement that provides for financial contribution to the city. It ties us into doing that. A development agreement allows, really what it does is it says we are going to agree to do things more than they are just entitled to be at this time. We're going to make an additional contribution. It ties us into that. It ties us into some time frames. And it's also what helps or allows us to get financing for the project. This development agreement will generate about over $500,000 to the city as a one-time contribution. Again, this is the development agreement. It's about $6,000 per home additional for the 86 homes that are on it, $516,000. Other income to the city, these residences will bring in about another $153,000 in water and sewer fees each year, $30,000 or so in city revenue from property taxes, and about $53,000 in sales tax to the city, for a total just annual ongoing contribution over $230,000. So the financial impact, we have development fees that are paid, the impact fees up front of over $1.8 million. The building fees based, which will fluctuate a little bit based upon what the ultimate sizes of the homes are, about $280,000. Our additional contribution of $516,000 for the total one-time contribution of about $2.6 million to the city. Then you had the recurring annual revenue that we just talked about. Along with that, you've got a whole bunch of new residents that are going to move into the town. And based on mortgage loan qualification data, they should have approximately, or a minimum they should have, is about $4 million in discretionary income that those people will have annually to spend. Some of that is going to go back into the city here at San Juan. Along with that, everyone knows when you have a new home, a new place to live, you invite friends, relatives, family to come visit. And again, additional dollars coming toward the city, additional exposure for the town. Some of the design features I'll walk you through real quickly. It's designed to be very similar to the Creek Bridge neighborhood next door, which was what we've been encouraged to emulate through the whole project. These homes will be much more energy efficient and much more water conserving than anything that has been built. And we will walk through a couple of item specifics on those. Again, we're going to incorporate the ranch style, white 3-rail fence theme throughout the neighborhood, together with the heritage style lighting and street signage. We bring a bicycle path that takes you from 3rd Street over to the San Juan Highway. We'll go across the new bridge. Tied with that, we put in the fitness trail. The fitness trail, what we heard the most at the last meeting we had is it really doesn't need, it needs to incorporate more than just adults. So when you see the map, you'll notice that we now have playground area for kids ranging from toddlers up to preteens. Again, it's a downtown connection, and it has the roundabout to help slow traffic as it is entering the city coming down the San Juan Highway. All of the homes here will be designed using your San Juan Bautista city design guidelines. And I know I've said it a few times, I think they were done very, very well. Anybody that spent a little time looking at them realizes that when they were put together, there really was an intent to have a specific, it's kind of weird to say a specific style for the town because the style is to be varied. So it would be hard to say, hey, that is one exact neighborhood because you don't have a whole bunch of stucco homes out there. They've done a great job, and these homes will go through design review to make sure they meet those guidelines. And then we have an extension of the water and sewer main. This will come across the new bridge from the 3rd Street side all the way down to and tie into on the San Juan Highway side. The sewer main that will be coming down that direction actually is for future use. When the sewer, if and when the wastewater treatment plant is relocated, it will need this oversized pipe that will be in 3rd Street. It's walking trail connectivity. When you see the map, I'll get to it real quickly. Again, the idea is to give you a potential way to walk from San Juan Highway all the way through into the downtown, up to 3rd Street through our project. The detention area that you'll see is also intended to be used. It will have facilities out there for the public to use. And I'll get to that on the map here in just a second. One of the things that we are incorporating is fitness equipment for the teens and adults. And this is, the example here is the company we've come across called Greenfields. We're very fortunate in that the REACH committee in town was also looking at the exact same equipment. So we think we made a pretty good decision narrowing it down as to what might go there. And if you go and take a look at the Greenfields website, you'll notice that the 49ers just opened and dedicated a park up in Santa Clara using this exact same equipment. So it is featured in there and is very well accepted. As I mentioned, the construction phasing is in 7 phases. And this is the proposed phasing for the project. It opens the project up over on the San Juan Highway side, which is where we will need to start with the detention basin and the improvements on that side of the neighborhood. So with that, I'm going to get into the map, which you all have a copy of. And a few of you may have a map that does not reflect accurately. If you look at the left side of your map, as the one is up on the screen, this whole row of houses, 1 through 10, at the back side of it, one of the conditions that has just come up is that we are going to put trees all along the back side. As you come down the San Juan Highway, you will notice that there will be a fence, but you will have essentially street trees at the back side to look at. So it will be very consistent. If your map does not reflect that on there, I apologize. Most of them I had hand drew on there this afternoon. And then there's also an error on this map. If you take a look at it, there's 2 school bus stops listed. You'll notice one up here by 3rd Street. That has been relocated over to the corner of 3rd Street and Lavanino Drive. So the one on your map, if it is still on your map up here, will go away. Again, we've taken and expanded based on the comments that we had when we went out to the site. The area here that will incorporate, originally it was a fitness area. It's now both a fitness area and then with play equipment for 5 through 12-year-old kids. The map itself, one of the things that we heard at the very start was that the city would like to have a roundabout at the entrance to town to help slow traffic as it's coming in. And we have incorporated that into the map. A couple of the features that are not as easily to distinguish on there is one of the issues in this neighborhood has been drainage. This project takes all of the water that is on the 27 acres and first puts it through the detention basin, and then this up front is also a C3 bioswale retention area that will treat the water, slow it down from being absorbed into the creek right away. So it actually removes some of the water that has been an issue off of this property for the flooding issue that has occurred. We also incorporate a new bridge right here at 3rd Street. I'm sorry, at Lavanino Drive and 1st Street. The new bridge will open up and remove the existing pavement and some of the existing dirt and fill that's above the culvert and allow that to drain a little bit better through this particular area. Our 3rd Street bridge, over on the other side of the project, will take the longest to get approved. And it's one of the reasons that this is in our 7th phase of the project, is that getting this approved through California Department of Fish and Game will be a little bit of a lengthy process. And again, that is why the last part of our project at this time is projected to be over on the 3rd Street side. The walking trails that we've discussed, if you look at your map, all of the gold-colored trails that run along Trailside Place, Trailside Court, across the open space and detention area, and then up Lavanino Drive to the San Juan Highway, is a stabilized granite pathway. So it will be a very natural looking trail, but it will also allow for bikes, strollers, walkers very easily on the path. The 3rd bridge that we've incorporated goes from the walking path over to an open space, open natural tree space here at the back of lots 82 through 86. That's also accessed by a walking trail along the side of the creek on Trailside Court. If you continue up Trailside Place, you'll see the path goes up to the top of the property. At the end of Trailside Place, get you all the way up to the county property of the Christopher Ranch. One of the concerns that we heard when this map first came out, and I'm very glad that we got the commissioners and the public out on the site the other day, is right now when you look at it, it looks like there's 3 big cul-de-sacs. When you stood on the property, and I think most people will agree, when we went out and we stood right here and realized that when you're looking over toward the creek this direction, there are no houses in the way. This, what looks like a cul-de-sac, on the ground, all you're going to see is an open space all the way over to the tree area here. Trailside Place is the same way. If you notice, it looks like a cul-de-sac, but it's really 4 houses on the right-hand side of the street. When you get to the top of that, again, it's a cul-de-sac. You're looking straight up the hill. There are no houses at the end of it, and there are no houses on the other side of the street. The 3rd one is Caetano Place, up along San Juan Highway. Same thing, cul-de-sac, you're going to look straight through. It's going to really look like you have a row of houses only on one side of the street. So I was very glad, and thank everyone that did attend and was out there with us. Oh, the last change that you'll see on this map, and I apologize is for not mentioning it, is the highlighted areas you see at all of the intersections. One of our conditions of approval that came up is that we make those a architectural concrete that is raised. And again, and that is done for potential traffic calming. You want to get people to slow down. You want to get their attention. They'll do it by the texture of the raised sidewalks and also the differentiated color. So with that, I will turn it back to you and answer any questions that you have. We have our engineer here also if there's any specifics that I can answer.
Thank you. Okay, we've had a staff report, we've had the developer's presentation. Anyone in the public would like to speak for or against or in between? Now would be the time to fill out the form, and please step forward to the microphone, state your name for the record, and smile because you're on candid camera.
Jolene Cosio, 181 Lang Street. I like the ideas I'm hearing. I've spoken with the people involved numerous times, and I think that they're listening to San Juan, and I appreciate that very much. I would like to see gray water stub outs, like I mentioned, passive solar, if at all possible. I realize these don't generate a huge economic return for the developer, but as Andy Chaperon mentioned, we are trying to be a green city. It is important to us, but we have not gotten it into our ordinances yet, so it would be totally up to the cooperation of the developer, or for the planning commission to put restrictions on demanding these things. The one issue I still have is connectivity, and although I understand the economic aspect of starting over here on the, basically the left side of the map, furthest away from the city, because of the issues of the bridge on 3rd Street, I would still really like to see, at a minimum, the 4 or 5 houses, whichever it ends up being, because I realize there is an existing house on one of the lots, at the end of 3rd Street, go in first. All the water and sewer is right there. It wouldn't require crossing the bridge at that point. And I really am having a lot of trouble with the idea of all of the infrastructure not going in first. Again, I realize it's an economic issue. You're not a huge developer who can just go in and plow everything and put all the streets and infrastructure in first. But if I was buying a house, I sure wouldn't want to buy one of the first houses and then have the development occur around me. I would want all of that infrastructure in place first.
Thank you. Next speaker. Call the name.
Yes, Andy Shaw, Coron, again, resident between San Juan and Aromas on off of Cole Road. This is the first project that I guess would be major project that would have been approved after the city embraced the idea of being a model green city. And I think that admittedly you may not have all the rules in place to make it so, but I think that there should be a general push to try to make this as environmentally strong a project as possible. By 2020, every house and building built in California has to be net zero in terms of energy. And I think that this would be a good time to send a signal that we want to try to do that right now in a model green city, to be ahead of the curve for the state. The other issue, of course, is trying to make sure that what comes off of this property is as clean as possible in terms of water, because this all feeds down to really sensitive creeks that go in eventually into the Pajaro River, I believe, which is also one of the most endangered rivers in America. Has a steelhead run, and hopefully as we begin to unite up all these trails that we plan for this county, the Benito River trail and others, that it becomes an asset to this community, so we want it to be as clean as possible. But I think that hopefully the developer will try to go well beyond what's required. I know that we can build houses. I built a house 30 years ago that has never needed to be heated. So, you know, we've had technology to do passive design for decades that would make very low energy costs. And these days, solar is so cheap. Increasingly, people are going to be looking to have plug-ins for electric cars. More and more folks are looking at that. Everybody knows the best car in America right now is a Tesla. And if these people have money, some of them might very well want to have the infrastructure to have those charging. They're right in the development. So those are some of the ideas that I hope the developer will include.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mary Shaw Coron, live on 501 Ricardo Drive between here and Aromas. And I don't want to repeat everything that people have said before me, but I also want to just say that I support the idea of having an innovative development that could be a showcase for this city. You know, we talked when we worked with the city council last year, San Benito Rising, to pass the resolution to become a model green city. We suggested that the motto for the city would be City of History and City of the Future. And our group, San Benito Rising, is working to secure grants and monies for this community to probably first help the municipal government get solar, and then eventually the residents and businesses. So we think that having a development that's very cutting edge, that's, you know, it's not that the technology isn't there already, but it's really integrating all that, could really help to bring additional investment. You know, we have already started talking to companies like SunPower to see this community as a example of a green city with many solar installations, and they may even be willing to donate to help with that. So we think that this could be one piece of that, and the synergy of all this could really transform our community. I don't think the Planning Commission, we had a chance to share this with you, but we gave a presentation last year, San Benito Rising, to the City Council, and we talked about a city called Varese Ligure in Italy. This town was economically depressed in the 1990s. They went from a population of 6,000 to about 2,000, about the size of this community. And the mayor was very visionary and decided to invest in wind and solar. They had a lot of wind there. They ended up generating more electricity than the town uses. That really helped out a lot. They got the farmers in the area all around to be certified organic. A lot of them were, but not just certified. And it reminded me a lot of San Juan Valley, where we do have a lot of farms, a lot of organic. And they started developing an education center, an environmental education center. It's become now a major tourist attraction. The tourism went up 600%. And it's very prosperous. A lot of people from Italy and all over Europe visit Varese Ligure. And we actually contacted them to try to become a sister city. So we're still working on that. But in any case, I really think that if, you know, this town could adopt something visionary like Varese Ligure, it could really help economically. And we really think, our group, San Benito Rising, that this development could be a really important piece. So I totally support the net zero energy, the solar, the idea of separating gray water from black water, because I think that is really important, and perhaps even treating the gray water on site so that it can be used, for example, to water the plants on site, so there's not as much of a burden on the city's infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Vanda Bear, 5 Donner Street. I just want to piggyback a bit on what Jolene was talking about on connectivity. We've talked a lot about the bottleneck on 3rd Street, where the PACE project is. And I think before this project is approved, we need to know how the city is going to fix that problem and when. What will be the plan and how will it be carried out? Because that's integral, I think, to the success of the transportation problem that we currently have. Thank you.
Next speaker. We have one.
Eric Rotisoff, 1108 3rd Street. Couple of things that kind of came to mind was I love the idea of the exercise equipment for the adults and children and such. Just a couple of questions that do have to be kept in mind is maintenance costs over times, and also any liability issues if someone does happen to get injured. I'm not against them, it's just a question we have to be prepared for. Andy brought up a great point about the car charging stations. My wife and I actually, she has been dying to get a new car last year, and we had it nailed down to either a Tesla or a Camaro SS. And opposite ends of the scales of energy consumption and what they're consuming. One of the deciding factors of that was how much it was going to cost in our relatively new home. I think our home is 9 years old, 8 years old. Was how much additional electrical power we would have to bring to the home in order to put a charging station that made sense for us. And so I would hope that the developers would keep in mind to not just make the electrical systems in these homes enough to carry the home itself, but to also look at expansion for things such as electric vehicles. It was going to cost us roughly $4,000 to upgrade the electrical panel, not including the charger itself. By the time you add the charger into that, it's another $8,000, and what can I say, my wife is now driving a new Camaro SS. Good for her. I love it on the weekends. So that's just something that I think is very important to keep in mind, is the electrical issues, because electric cars are going to be here. I work at the Tesla factory all day. I love the car. I think it's a great car. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the Leaf, but I love what it represents. I love all of the stuff about electric cars. I just want to make sure that that people aren't going to be stuck having to make the same types of decisions we are. And again, something that I have brought up probably every time this has been brought up, and Vanda brought up the same thing. 3rd Street is a mess. It is narrow. It was supposed to be corrected when the D'Ambrosio project was going in. It doesn't look like the D'Ambrosio project's going to happen before this project does, and something needs to be solved going down that line. I've heard everything from we're going to take out the planter strip, which will get it a little bit wider. I've suggested maybe taking out the sidewalk on only one side. It's not the best idea in the world. I've also heard the idea of taking out all parking between Donner Street and North, which I think is probably the worst idea. However, something needs to be solved on 3rd Street getting out of there. It'd be much better to try to route people out first, but I think 3rd Street has to be solved. Some plan has to be put in place before this project gets really rolling. It doesn't have to happen right off the bat, but certainly by the time some of those stages get in place, 3rd Street between North and Donner have to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? One more.
That was
We'll take them.
No, we're on this one we want.
Yeah.
Come on up, sir. State your name for the record.
My name is Ken Wool. I live at 15 Awani in the Creek Bridge. So I'm concerned that you guys are going to use the Creek Bridge lift station for this whole 87 houses. Is that the case?
That is correct. That is one of the proposals, yes.
Yeah. And so I'm concerned that I'm concerned about the impact that 20,000 gallons of sewer per day is going to have on my house, which is right next to the lift station.
Mm-hmm. The lift station will be upgraded with new pumps, and equipped there to handle the increased flow, yes.
Okay, but I'm still concerned about increased pumps, increased noise, increased odor from 20,000 gallons of untreated sewage.
Does it currently have odor?
No, but I have 20,000 gallons less there today than I will in a few years from now.
Yeah, I think to put it into perspective is that, all of Earthbound, all of Truly goes through that lift station now, and that's 350,000 gallons per month in addition to your subdivision. Now, adding another 86 homes there is insignificant to the total flow that goes through there right now.
Okay.
Now, the pumps will be upgraded, and what I'm concerned with is, do you have odors we'd like to know that, but.
No,
That'll be all right.
not right now.
Right.
We do have
Yeah.
noise, as you're walking by, there is
Yeah,
noise
yeah,
from the
right,
pumps, and the pumps are gonna get bigger.
Bigger, yeah, right, yeah.
And what I'm in the plumbing industry, and the bigger the pump, the bigger pipe you have to have from the discharge size of the pump. How are you gonna, was it already planned for this?
That's not correct, the force main there is a pressure of hydrostatic pressure. And the pump that will be upgraded will be a higher pump capacity, forcing more effluent through that same force main.
Okay.
It goes into the sewer treatment plant, yeah.
Okay.
It's
just
very,
don't want,
very functional.
what I'm really
Yeah.
concerned is
Yeah.
that
No,
you
I
turn
understand your
my
concern,
little
yeah, right, yeah.
corner of the
And
world into sewage.
And if the lift station cannot be upgraded, when we analyze it, then the subdivision will put in its own lift station.
Great, great. Again, third street's a real problem. I hope everybody here stands up and says Third Street's a real problem. And can I get some of those raised sidewalks through my street as well? Thank you.
Next speaker, oh, yeah.
Yeah, my name is Ken Chipper, 23 Lonnie Street there, just joining the property. I have just two concerns. One that I brought up at the Planning Commission meeting, the detention open space area. Am I correct to assume that all of the water from the entire development will drain to that as a detention pond or detention area?
With the exception of the bioswale along Centennial Way, that'll be separate.
Because currently, the whole left-hand side of that property from the entry road over to the fence adjoining the Nyland Ranch drains on the left-hand side of the entry road. If you're looking north on this side, not on the right-hand side. All of that property on the right-hand side, which is flooded from the road to the back of the Creek Bridge property, is filled with water that comes down from the 152 across and down through that area. And there's typically, on rainy years, a foot to maybe a foot and a half of water. And if you're going to drain the entire development there, it's going to need to be a much deeper or a much more substantial detention area. And if we are, somebody that mentioned the water levels at the last Planning Commission meeting is correct, that they're only nearly feet below the surface, you're not going to be able to dig a very big hole there.
I think it'll be very similar to your subdivision where fill was brought in and your pads where your house is was elevated about almost 3 feet above the natural terrain, and those will be elevated above that. So there's going to be some.
What will be elevated?
Yeah, the lots, very similar to yours, so that they won't flood.
What will be elevated?
The lots.
The lots.
Yes.
Then I would suggest to the developer that he not use the same fill that we have because absolutely nothing will grow in it. Okay? Yeah.
Can I have the
It is terrible. My other concern is, shoot, I had another, now what was my other concern? Give me half a second. I've forgotten it now, but that was one of the major concerns I had.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. Yeah.
The way we're gonna solve this water problem here, right now, there's a 30-inch culvert was put in there in the 80s, and that's when all the flooding started in that area. So when they put the new bridge, you're gonna have roughly a 6-foot by 8-foot opening now for the water to get out of that area. What happens now is that 30-inch culvert can't handle the water. So they're gonna take that out and build a new bridge across there, and it's gonna be a bigger opening to let the water out. If you look at the old bridge, it had a big opening in it. Well, then they went and put this new culvert in there without going through the city, or it was county then. And they just put a 30-inch culvert in, and that's when they got all the problems. That's why you see all that ran over top, went over top of the road.
Well, then, am I incorrect in what I understood earlier, which is that the goal is to retain the water there and allow it to percolate, not drop it immediately into the stream.
That's also gonna help.
So those are contradictory, if I'm not mistaken. You
I
either
think-
retain it or you drop it into the stream.
I think the correct terminology is detain and release to pre-flow conditions. And that's what we have to deal with.
And I would just encourage the planning process to look at that very closely, because if you're gonna drain the entire property off that side, it's a lot more water than we currently have going through that side right now. It just needs to be a step that's taken on that.
There were lots of discussions of that at the site visits. Too bad you couldn't have been there because you were standing right by your house. But with the creek flowing under, going out that way, and then putting in a spillway at the top, so if it does fill up, it spills over, keeps going to the creek.
I mean, it is really an engineering solution, and I just want to make sure it's done correctly. The other question that I did have, I just remembered, is I think the statement was made that we would be at 90% capacity on the sewage ponds.
At the current rate, yes.
At the current rate. That seems to be awful close to capacity, and it would probably likely preclude any other building in filling lots in town, because I don't think you're going to ever want to be at 100%, if I'm not mistaken on that.
That is correct.
And is there a plan to improve that, increase that, and what portion of that is going to be covered by the developer, which will take us from what, 70 or 60, 70% to 90%?
The developer will be paying sanitary sewer impact fees in the amount of about $180,000 over and above his contribution for the water fund of $344,000 that will expand and increase the capacity of the sewer treatment plant.
And putting in the pipe.
And putting in the pipe.
And putting in a pipe so that when it gets relocated in the future.
Company, $180,000 will buy you the planting, it won't buy you much dirt, or much moving of dirt.
Won't buy you much.
I'm just concerned that we're not making a decision short-sighted and coming up very underfunded on this, when all of a sudden we need a new sewage plant and we haven't prepared properly for that.
Well, that's why the pipe's a big issue, because the pipe is not even going to be used at build-out with this. It's a pipe so that when the sewer treatment plant gets moved, it's already there, so we can use it.
The pipe's separate. When you have to build that new sewage plant, that $180,000, which gets us from 70 to 90% or 60, whatever the numbers were.
Well, that included D'Ambrosia too, which isn't even built yet, so, and may not get built, who knows, so.
Just a concern. I mean, it'd be nice to see some good numbers that support how we're going to do this in the future.
We have analyzed it very thoroughly and got up and did almost the pre-engineering of it for the expansion of the sewer treatment plant. And the expansion doesn't mean that you have to build additional ponds. It means that you have to make them more efficient.
Still costs.
Yes,
and that's my concern.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Two in the back.
Al Ribeiro, 1024 First Street. First thing, and thank you for rezoning the property. One little concern that I have that on the creek bridge that I hope that these developers might consider is speed bumps through everything in there. I mean, these are dead-end streets, but people use Awani and 3rd Street like it's a freeway right now. And I got 2 grandkids that play out there and with his kids, and people come to that stop sign. I had a lady run the stop sign right in front of me yesterday because she was flying 50 or 60 miles coming down San Juan Road. So I think some speed bumps, even in the development, would help keep traffic flow good, and maybe even on San Juan Highway, even though you've got that little turnaround, people are still going to drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marta Gorelick at 12 Awani Street. Again, with the speed bumps down Donner and Awani, we've mentioned this so many times, and I would really encourage you make this a requirement beginning at the development rather than something that we're maybe going to think about later. We think we're going to have all this money, but this recurring annual revenue of $236,000 I can tell you where a few of those things are going to go, other than we've already dreamed about what we all want to do with it. But the drainage problem, I understand the culvert and everything, but if you walk the San Juan Highway in front of where this is going to happen, you can see that that whole road is being dug under by water. And that water is the water that got beyond the culvert. So the culvert is not the only problem. The bridge wasn't the only problem. There's a lot of water that moves through there very quickly and is damaging that road in front of us. And I believe, is that road ours now or is it still county? So if it's ours, that's where this money's going to go, is fixing that road on a wet year. If it's not ours, I don't think the county's too interested in fixing it over and over again for a drainage problem that we create. So I hope that gets straightened out. You asked about smell. The sewage smells quite a bit regularly. When the preschool was still open, there were days that kids were not allowed outside because of the smell. So it comes and goes in waves. Bad enough that it better be on the disclosures when you try to sell these houses, because it's a definite problem in the neighborhood, and not getting better, and I can imagine it's not going to get a whole lot worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Ms. Ponce.
Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. I have to repeat what somebody said back here. 3rd Street is a problem, and I think you guys will hopefully work on it. I have here a petition from the San Juan merchants that feel that this project is good for them. They need the traffic downtown. They need some business. A lot of them are having a tough time staying open. Mr. Fulton was invited to meet with them, to tell them about the project. He was well respected and listened to, and he asked them what is the thing that you merchants, not the residents, but the merchants need to keep going downtown. And unanimously was said that they needed signage on the highway. They need something to stop the traffic and get them into our historic little town. And this developer agreed that he would put some money into signage on the highway to help our downtown merchants. And there's 30 merchants here that support him. And I think.
Would you like to read it, sir? Since
I don't know if you want me to read 30, but I will. No problem.
I mean, the folks took the time to do it.
Okay. Well,
and I think they
that's not a problem. Okay. Below are signatures from the merchants of San Juan Bautista in support of this proposed development of Rancho Vista Homes as presented by the developer. We believe the proposed development will greatly benefit the community of San Juan Bautista. Julia Bordenson, Alpaca headquarters, Lois Long, Lois home decorator, Margaret Martinez, seasoned handicrafts, Lori Ponce, no relation. She has a home decorator shop downtown. Kathy Tapia, Tresser Boutique. Michelle Chase, Frills. Susan Petrosky, I don't know if I pronounced that right. She has the San Juan Mercantile. Patricia Baines, she has Mrs. Z's Place. The San Juan Bakery. Sandra Artechi, she has Casa de Colores. Helena Kleinsmith, Fool's Gold. Debbie Hernandez, Sweet Pea Antiques. Ruth Sanders, Zen Art Gallery. Helena Wolf, Timeless Treasures. Dante Baines, Action Associates. D. Cotton, Pink Peddler. Barbara Gonzalez, Visions of Christmas. Kim Batista, TT Thrift Store. Charlie Shockey, La Casa Rosa. Louis Machina, I think. Machain has a Boss Restaurant. Susan Ramirez, Bella Dona Vintage. Larry Gilbert,
Gilbert. It has the light gallery down here.
Gerbrandt.
Yeah.
Larry Gerbrandt.
Patricia Ward, she has a business downtown. And there's Ronald Polk, the Mission Blocks. Donald Ponzini has an installation business. Anna Wheaton, Last Stitch. And Pat Riley, real estate. And Alfonso Castaneda, the restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, all this time we've been talking about getting the word out and getting support, and all of a sudden I didn't realize that the folks are meeting on the other side and had been talking in support of the project, but it didn't do any good because the commission didn't know that there was support from the community for this project. So thank you, Mr. Ponce, for bringing this in and bringing to our attention that the merchants of the San Juan Bautista are pretty well organized, and they really have, they're focused on this project.
One more thing.
Sir.
I would like this petition to be in executive record, please.
It'll be part of the permanent record for sure. But thank you for bringing it in. Okay, I'm glad to see that one, because with all the talk we've done, all the meetings we've had, did the word get out? Did people know about it? And now we do know. Okay, any other speakers? Okay, we'll close the speakers from the floor. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have Carabonk's.
Okay, would you have the clerk read it? Could you read Carabonk's? Hand it. Go ahead and hand it to her.
This is such little printing. I don't.
No, let's let Connie read it.
Yeah, no, I mean for her to read it. He has a copy. It's bigger. Excuse me.
Okay. Oh, she's got one.
So, these are comments from Caramonk. On agenda item 5E and 5F. She says, I have not had an opportunity to review the development.
Let's hold on that one, because that will become in the next session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever that's it. There's only one sentence about the development agreement. And she just says, I haven't read it, and then goes on to talk about the tenant map. So.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, go. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. So, to start over again, it says, I have not had an opportunity to review the development agreement. However, based on the site visit, I make the following comments to the Planning Commission. First comment says, the tentative map should show a planting strip with trees along Cayetano Place. This is the street that faces San Juan Highway behind the pepper trees. This street should be consistent with planting strips in the rest of the development. A planting strip will provide a buffer for the residents from San Juan Highway's street noise, and it will provide a better view of the development from the highway. Says, phase 1 of the development should be the extension of 3rd Street, the bridge, and development contiguous with the rest of the city. Because this is the most difficult part of the development, the city should protect itself should problems occur in completing the development in the future. Just because a bond has been posted, there is no guarantee that the bond is sufficient to complete this part of the project, or that any developer can be found to complete the project. Allowing the development north of Labanino Drive to occur first could result in the gap in city development, which is contrary to our general plan that calls for contiguous development.
Thank you. In the order of march, when you get public comments, the person who speaks and face-to-face, that's your first line. Second line is letters that are signed, what signature letters, and third is petitions. So, but all the comments are taken and made part of the public record and considered by the commission and staff in deliberations and in final recommendations. So that will be part of the permanent record also. Are there any other records?
Mr. Chair, if I could just respond to that, because I think Kara has misunderstood how we are treating the east side of Centeno. There are a number of pepper trees that have been planted and grown, and they have a certain canopy that grows up, and the canopies are pretty much connected all along the San Juan Highway. It's the underneath that brushed up area that is there, and we have specified a planting area from the curb to the fence, approximately 12 feet in width, that's going to have low shrubbery, drought tolerant, you know, and underneath that is going to be the bioswale. And so when you look at the total perspective of the canopies of the tree as well as the low shrubbery, that's going to give the visual blockage, the visual look, as well as a sound impediment through the San Juan Highway, as well as the bioswale.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Is this consistent, Mr. Fulton, with what Cara was actually pointing out on the walking trip?
It is. When we were on, and her concern was in the area up here, I don't think she understood that the bioswale that will run along this area is an open space, and it's not just a ditch. It does have landscaping to it. As Roger mentioned, we'll have drip irrigation down and landscaping behind the trees where the split rail fence or 3-rail fence is. And if you look at the diagram here and notice, I'm going to point, these are the Creek Bridge homes right over here. And you can see how close they are to San Juan Highway. They do have a planting strip in front of them, but that's it, they're on the highway. If you look at the closest homes here, they're probably close to 75 feet further away from the San Juan Highway than any of Creek Bridge is. You're going to have a much more open area to look at up front. Now, I'm not sure she understood that until we got down.
I think what she was talking about was having street trees along there just as the other trees, but she didn't mention that in this comment, so.
This is a public, yeah, this
yes,
is what she said.
This is what she said.
She recognized that there were trees there, but she didn't understand the planting trees.
But she didn't go back to that. Who is going to maintain the trees that we see on the map that you just pointed out and that I think Roger just talked about? That whole strip belongs to whom?
The city.
Yeah, those trees are on the city's.
And the city
strip.
does maintain them right now?
No, Christopher has been maintaining them, yeah.
And
so when the subdivision is complete, then the city will be taking over the maintenance of those pepper trees.
They will?
Yeah. And we have that landscaping and lighting district, and that will be part of the functions of the landscaping and lighting district.
District that it will be part of the subdivision?
Yes.
And I think also, walking with Cara, she mentioned that she thought along Lavanino Drive, the trees should go clear down. Is that planned, or was that?
Down this direction?
That next block.
As far as the center median?
Is there a space for that?
There's not at this time, and the main reason that the center median stops right here is when you're coming down this drive and you get to Vista Way right here, it's going to open up even more than it does. You will have a very open view all the way up to the Christopher Ranch House of this whole area, and that was the reason we stopped the center median right in this area. We want you to have that view when you get to Vista Way.
And the trees, and it is, one whole side is the green area with the trees on it anyway.
On this side, plus you have street trees on this side.
I see that.
There will be trees, yes.
Thank you.
You bet.
Can I ask you a question? Right now, the water's going right behind the Awani development, right? It's gonna.
This creek?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now, where's that water gonna go once the development is put together? Is it gonna go right down Lavanino and go under a culvert, or is it gonna be diverted somewhere else? Is that creek still gonna be there along the highway?
Yes. Both the detention pond as well as the creek on the north side.
Okay. Thank you.
Bob, question. Should we run out of ink here, or the trees going to continue all the way?
Ms. Ponce's question was right here, and on this diagram, there are no trees, and he could be very correct because I put those in on his map by hand today. We do now have street trees, or trees required at the back of the lots all the way along the back side of the fence here. So if there is one missing on there, that would have been my mistake trying to put them on by hand.
While you're there, we're talking about that side. The issue of lots 10 and 11 facing San Juan Highway or facing Rancho Way came up. The commissioners, there's an issue there. How should they look?
You talking about the M?
Whoops.
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about running that road all the way up to the fence and then turning them lots the other way. When we had the discussion the other day.
The reason they are as they are right now is the front of all of these houses faces First Street. And we were encouraged to try and keep the front of these two houses facing First Street. And that's why you see the two turned side by side.
But I thought we talked the other day that you were going to turn them lots and make them the other way and face one out towards the highway and the other one this way.
At your direction, we'll go either way. Yeah, totally open to whatever the commission would like. If you'd like these two lots oriented so that the front of the houses is over on Rancho Way here,
right,
we can do that.
That'd be the best. Then run that road right over to the fence. Right there, yeah.
Rather than encroaching later.
Yeah.
We can make that a condition that those two lots are change the orientation.
That's one of the deals we discussed the other day out there.
And again, then we would have street trees on the side of those.
Right.
On this. Because you want that aesthetic from that side.
Okay. Other comments, commissioners? Now's the time.
We close the public hearing, I guess.
Yeah. So the commissioners now can talk about the issues that we've heard. Presentation of the developer. Any last minute questions?
Pat, you go first.
Okay. First question I asked Roger is, the pumping station, when you put bigger pumps in, do all them houses in Silver Creek have check valves for if there's a plug up someplace so that they don't run into the houses?
The force main is independent of the sewer line.
It is?
Yeah, right.
So we don't have to worry.
Two separate things. There is a collection system that's gravity feed, and then the force main is under pressure. And they're two different systems.
So it won't back up into that?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. And then the next question I was going to say, that old bridge that's there right now, I think it should be torn down for a safety hazard, the one that's existing bridge now. And then the other question was, who owns them 3 great big blue gum trees, the city or the developers?
On 3rd Street?
Yeah, 3rd Street.
They fall inside they straddle the property line.
So I would recommend that whoever owns that get a tree surgeon in there and trim them trees up like we did that big blue gum tree at the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
And take all the dead wood out for somebody that doesn't get hurt there. And then the only thing I got is when they go to do phase 4, I think 3rd Street should be taken care of all the way through.
1, 2, 3, and then on the phase 4, kick the 3rd Street through.
Have to go all the way in. The bridge put in, the whole thing. And we haven't seen any maps on 3rd Street yet, what we're going to do there. You don't have no drawings on these plans or any other plan, how we're going to widen that street.
3rd Street.
That 3rd Street where it narrows down.
Over there, yeah. Yeah, well, that's part of the D. Ambrosio, and we have a plan on that. And condition 54 of your conditions of approval addresses.
But he's not building now, so this one's going to take over it.
Yeah, and that's what you should do. Condition 54 says the applicant shall contribute his fair share of the cost to widen 3rd Street from the 200 feet west of North Street to North Street intersection. The applicant shall enter into a reimbursable agreement with the city for the cost recovery of that fair share.
So what you're saying is the developer now is going to widen 3rd Street all through, and then we go after the Barossa afterwards, right?
Exactly. And
so I would recommend on the Barossa side that you just put an asphalt curb and an asphalt sidewalk, and then when they go to build, they just cut that out, and they don't have to tear all the sidewalks and curbs and gutters out.
Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be a lot more sensible.
Yeah.
Now, why, because this bridge as long as you don't touch the bottom of that creek, you could put a bunker on each side, right? And put steel beams across that, and tin on it, and pour concrete, right?
Well, I think that's something that the applicant has to deal with the Department of Fish and Wildlife Service and how they would like the developer to proceed on that. And that's one mechanism that you can do is you stay back beyond the bank and build your buttresses.
Yeah, just put some steel beams across.
Stand directly across from it. And those are things that will be worked out with the developer when he gets going with the application to the Department of Fish and Game and submitting the plans to the city for plan check.
Also on the Silver Creek, you got a holding pond and a pumping station down at this end too? Or is that just the holding pond on the Silver Creek project? Is there a pumping station on the back Creek Bridge, I mean?
Oh, Creek Bridge,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Is there a pumping station there too?
Yeah, there's a pumping station and a reservoir.
So they could tie some of these houses into that pumping station too then?
Well, that's the proposal, and when we analyze the lift station and the capacity of that and the force main there, we'll be looking at it. Right now, that lift station accepts earthbound effluent truly, and it's pumped all the way into that, and then it's pumped up to the sewer treatment plant.
Okay.
As well as the creek mixer.
That's all I have to say.
Commissioner.
I want to hear what Pat said again about the creek, how they might do it without putting...
Well, I don't know how that fishing game works, but as long as you don't touch the bottom of that creek, what they do, they put a head wall on each one side and head wall on this, they put steel beams across it, put steel pans on top, and they pour the road across and it's done without touching the bottom of the creek. We've done that a lot of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how wide is it anticipated that
Well,
bridge will be? Is it 2-lane? Is it 1 lane?
well, it's a 2-lane bridge.
It's a regular
It's got to be
street
what,
width?
standard width, right?
It'll be a standard width with a sidewalk on one side.
For a bike lane, you want to cross it too.
Bike lane,
Yeah.
So it connects to town.
So time to get to phase 4, they should be ready to do all that and put all that road through all the way out to 3rd Street.
Yeah, when the first 4 phases, they'll be working on those. The developer will be also concurrently working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife Service, and obviously the engineers will be designing the whole road system, and then it's just a matter of implementing those phases as they come along.
And then the other thing is the turnabout. I'd say we wait to the end of the project and then decide if we want to put that turnabout in there. Because you got a development on the other side going to happen one of these days too.
And the turnabout on what street?
On the main highway coming in.
Over there?
Yeah.
I think that it would be appropriate because it's a traffic calming device, and the number of people that run that stop sign now at Awani is atrocious, and so it would slow that down.
But with that turnabout, they're just going to speed right through there anyway.
I don't know if you've been in
I've seen them.
turnarounds and everything, and I go through a lot of them, and you slow down.
Yeah.
And that turnabout is envisioned to fit right into the street there, the highway. And within the width and the easements and all that's necessary?
And it's also going to discourage any 18-wheelers from
Well,
erroneously coming through town.
hanging up on it. And all of that roughness that is along the frontage there on the highway, isn't that earthquake problem rather, a fault line problem rather than water often?
Some of it is, yeah. But I think some of the erosion along there has undermined right below the curb, and it's sagging down. And we have to patch that all the time and stuff like that. Further down on the east side of the road, right at the city limits where the fault crosses it, there you find the pavement is bulking from the earth movement.
But most of that erosion there was caused from that 30-inch culvert letting the water go over top and coming around back over top and running down. Because I know in the 80s that we hauled a lot of concrete in there to stop it from washing the road out when they had the big floods. Then I got one more thing. There are people left though, but they were talking about this energy savings and all that stuff.
Oh, right, going green.
I was just
Green
down in California Valley where they put in almost 9,000 acres of panels. Now they're finding out that every bird for 4 square miles is dying because of the heat. And the same thing with wind generators is killing all the eagles along the Tehachapi.
They need some more design work on those.
It's so hot, they say, when the birds come in, they think it's a lake, and they come in to land on it, and it burns them.
Yeah, but those are solar farms, not residential. But yeah.
And they're putting more and more. Now, there's something going to be like 20,000 acres of panels down there when it's all finished.
I think what they were talking about is the concept of solar passive and
Top of car houses.
on the roof and everything, orientation of the houses to trap natural sunlight and everything, and make the houses more energy efficient. And I think that's what we're trying to achieve.
I believe Mr. Fulton addressed that at one time, and I don't know how complete the green plans are. The whole concept of being green and the chargers for the cars, we have to think of that. That's our future. It really is.
Well, I think more important in that concept is the state is requiring it. They have a green code out, and all the new buildings have to comply with those standards.
Now, will that, with the development agreement, would that new green law go overpower that, or would we be exempt?
No, the condition of approval development just says that the buildings have to conform to the current uniform building code.
Okay.
And that right now, that green code is the current standard.
Oh, okay.
Now, if they pass some new laws, then it won't be applicable. It's what's on the books right now.
Mr. Fulton, would you like to comment on the green comment, since Mr. Jacques Caron has been very, very influential in being involved in community affairs with the fracking issue and stuff like that. So he's pretty serious about this.
He's a regular attendee at all the public events. And I was there for the presentation they did at the city council, which was very good. One of the things that we are going to do, and it's not a condition in there, but we can go ahead and add it as a condition, all of the homes will be pre-wired for solar. They'll be prepared for it. And the reason that, a couple of reasons that we don't do it, it's easier for the homeowner, if it's already pre-wired, for nothing essentially, they can have solar installed on the house. But they will all be pre-wired for that. The other thing that we've done that doesn't show up on this map is that there's a small piece of our property way down here, a little tail that would go off the map that's adjacent to the city property. And that is being dedicated to the city, which my understanding is where you are going to install solar panels for potential service for the waste treatment plant. So both of those, yes, we are, all of the homes that are designed, the energy efficiency abilities out there right now are incredible compared to just building a house 10 years ago. My understanding is that right now we probably use 40% less water in each house than a home that was created, same size home 10 years ago. And energy use is also probably down close to that amount. But we're going to make it available so that, yes, you could get wired for, or you could have solar up and running on the house shortly after the day you moved in.
Are these houses going to be heated to the concrete or furnaces?
Radiant heating? No. There'll be an HVAC, a central HVAC system.
In your water heaters, will they be the standard 30, 40 gallon tank, or are you going to have that instant tankless?
They will be a standard tank, but the option will be in all the houses will have it. There's a separate plumbing that you do. There is a loop that you put within it. So if somebody does want a tankless water heater, very easy to do.
That's part of the current green code is where you have to have recirculation, the warm air in the attic that comes down through, and the water heaters have to be circulated so that they're constantly flowing through that loop.
Yeah, you're not wasting water waiting for the shower to come on.
See, I want to comment from what I've been hearing. First of all, you have more green area than is required by the ordinance. And I think that's a plus. And then we have all the trees where there really weren't trees before. And so that's going to help, it's a small item, but in the aggregate, it's going to mean something to purify the air because it takes up CO, carbon dioxide, and it generates oxygen. And you've got places for people to run healthy and not have to worry about air pollution in the process. I just thought I would mention that because you've done very good with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And as you mentioned, we have more park space than would be required, and we're still paying park impact fees.
Okay, well, I've got you up here. What about that old house? What's the final on that thing?
Are you interested in renting?
No.
That we put it on a 7,000 square foot lot because all of the minimum lot size by the general plan is 7,000 feet. It's a very small house with an extremely large lot. We don't really know the condition of that house at this time, but our goal was to just keep the house, come in and renovate it, and keep it as an affordable rental house. So that's the intent. I've had a couple of people say, tear it down, put a new house in, and we would go either direction.
You would know that after you made an inspection of the property?
We'd go either direction that the commission would like us to go on it. If you said, hey, build another house there, or rehab that one.
No, but I mean, at some point, an older house has reached its economic life, and you would be better putting up a shack than to try to put money into something that's going to fall down tomorrow.
My concern in looking at that house is if I'm not certain that it is on a concrete foundation. It may be just post and beam that's underneath it, and it could have an awful lot of issues.
Okay.
Like historical?
I would recommend just tear the house down myself.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
My recommendation is that we just tear the house down.
Well, I think, but at least make the inspection, and you have then you have a solid case for it.
Well, what I looked at there, I could see the hole underneath it was rotten out, so.
How long has that house been there?
What year was that house built, you know?
I know how old
Roger.
I am, and that house was there before me. And,
so it's 30 to 40 years old?
But I don't see why you have to tear down an old house like that when there's a lot of history there.
Well, as I mentioned, that was our
I
original.
mean, tear it down. It's ridiculous, Pat.
There's no history on that house.
There isn't?
No,
Really?
Some people think so, Pat.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
That's
well,
my
because
opinion.
you don't own it, that's why.
Okay. The next thing that's been prevalent here is the 3rd Street speeding, first of all.
Yes.
Can we put speed humps or bumps or whatever it takes? What is your, I see this as a significant situation.
And I've heard it. That is why when you look at the plan, you see at each intersection, that is going to be textured, raised, architectural concrete, which it's not a speed hump, but the goal is, it gets your attention. It's a different color. It's a different texture. You do feel it as you go over there, and you would hope that it would make a driver recognize that they should be slowing down a little bit at that point. We're not opposed to speed bumps or speed humps, and I think there's some places in the town that they would really do well. But the intent is, and we're hoping that it gets the attention of the driver, it looks good, and it does the job.
The reason I'm asking is because when the D'Ambrosio project came up, that was a significant issue because there were a lot of speeding in there. And the commission sent a letter to council saying, hey, do something. He said, get close patrol or give more tickets or whatever it takes, but slow it down because we have all those kids at that time from the daycare center and kids in the neighborhood from Creek Bridge, their lives are at risk. Yeah. And so, we're very concerned about that. And then the bottleneck itself. You got thoughts on the bottleneck?
Well, I understand Roger may be able to share with you his thought on the plan on opening up that bottleneck, but I agree with everyone else that there should be something to help slow that traffic down in that area. And I think that decision is probably, I get to lay in your hands, is do we want speed bumps, speed humps, stop sign, what's the thought on doing it? From what I've seen, the stop signs because of the lack of enforcement that there is around, aren't as efficient as maybe a physical speed hump or one of those things might be.
Have you been to Mexico where they have the topes? About 3 or 4 little inches for you guys sticking up there. You know when you hit one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm ready to do anything to make that place safer. If we need to put those spikes, fine. Whatever it takes. Okay. We have another question.
Along with the streets and the speed and so forth, I am, and all during the time that Creek Bridge was in planning, I sat in the back of the audience and stood and argued for narrower streets. I know that the fire department needs to have a say in it. I know that this and that, but narrower streets would help slow traffic. It would have happened in Creek Bridge if we could have narrowed those streets. They look like thoroughfares, and they're treated like that by strangers and locals alike. What can we do? Or what constraints do we have that prevent us from narrowing those streets so that people do actually slow down the main thoroughfare? What have we done? Keep people without speed bumps. I don't like speed bumps, but I guess they work.
Yeah, speed bumps, it is not so much the standard speed bumps, we call them the modified speed bumps, where it's a broader range and it goes up about 8 inches and over a longer thing, and so that you hit the thing and it doesn't give you that bump, but it slows you down as you go over.
Also
Those
known
are
as
effective in residential areas.
Also known as speed humps.
The modified speed bumps, you know.
They call them speed humps, the big ones. Yeah.
They call them speed humps rather than speed bumps.
They're just longer. You know, instead of hitting just going up, you come up for a broader area. But you do feel the rise. And if you're not careful, you'll feel the top of the car.
And the narrower streets make it look more village-like or country-like.
The trouble is that our city standards we've adopted have the standards that the subdivision, all new subdivisions have to comply with, and you'd have to deviate from that standard. The danger part about it is then you open the door for every subdivision to say, hey, I want this, I want that, and once you deviate from the standards.
See, the standard
street is that you have 2 moving lanes and parking on each side, and that's a standard residential subdivision.
Well.
Good thought. Okay. Any other questions, comments? I think I went through mine.
During, and since I see new people here, during the discussions we had about having mailboxes on the site, that has all gone away. People are going to be encouraged to go to the post office to be
No, we're
part
not
of the
encouraging.
community.
When we get to the conditions of approval, I think it says determined either we do it or determined by the post office or required by the post office, determined by the post office. I say no. This planning commission says there will be no gang boxes in the neighborhoods. This we've been talking about trying to get this city, the existing city, to be joined to the new developments as they go out in any direction. As soon as you start giving an enclave, you may as well put up a wall and say, well, that's something else and this is San Juan. When you've got to come into downtown, you're part of San Juan Bautista because your mail's down there. And that's the link to the rest of society. Okay, if you go downtown, okay, pick up your mail, go next door, get a cup of coffee at Vertigo, dump all your trash that has been there, and check out your mail. That brings you into community. It works in Carmel. These folks over there, they don't even have house numbers. They just got names on the houses and how many trees down the street you count before you turn right and there's my house. So if they can do it and again, the post office becomes a central social center. I'd like to see that happen here. And I think the first thing we've got going for us is Vertigo has that nice outdoor seating area where you can do just that. Pick up your mail, scribble through it, have a cup of coffee. You're now part of San Juan Bautista.
And Mr. Franco, the city bulletin board is at the post office.
Right,
For
another reason to
public
be there.
notice.
Find out what's happening.
Well,
What's
if
going
you
on?
notice on the plan, there are no group mailboxes on it at this time.
Good.
There is a condition in there, in the conditions that says if the post office requires it, we would go ahead and do it. But in speaking with the postmaster, we've been told they can service us at that site.
That sounds good to me.
Good, good.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Do you anymore?
I'm done.
Oh, and are we going, my question is, are we going to go through all 54 of these conditions?
Do you have questions? Well, we're going to go, whatever it takes to get this project moving. We can go through these conditions if you have no comments, or just go to the one that you want.
I see.
Public may have comments.
Does the public want to go through these, or have
We
we
haven't
just
asked
listened?
them. We haven't asked them.
Okay.
Okay.
There's two parts of the things. The first is the mitigation measures, and then the conditions of approval. Let me go ahead.
Okay. I'll make a comment. When we're dealing with the mitigation measures, we did all this environmental work. And someplace in the environmental work it says, to avoid any significant impact, you do this. And throughout history and planning, you can go back and there's hundreds of conditions that were never followed up on. So maybe you're supposed to have landscaping and drip irrigation. And in one case, take it out after 2 years when the native plants become permanent. Nobody ever checked on that to see what was happening. So the state came through and said, okay, you got your conditions to keep from being a significant impact. Show us a monitoring program. What is going to be done and who is going to be responsible to make sure it is done. And so when we talk about a monitoring program for this development, that's what it's all about. And there are several pages of things that will be done and who does them, just to make sure that this project is going to be what everybody expects it to be. Anybody seen this?
Yes, I liked it.
Okay. Staff, you want to make any comments on that? Follow up?
No, it's up to how you want to proceed. We can go through the mitigation measures we haven't outlined, or go into the conditions of approval. And the mitigation measures were outlined in the environmental impact report, and those are fixed in terms of the mitigation measures. And then what we did was we put it in a chart where we identified what the environmental impact report, that's under Exhibit B, and then we added there who's responsible for the monitoring and the time and the implementation and timeline of it. You know. So when you adopt that, that's part of the approval that will bind not only the contractor in developing, but as well as the city for the inspections.
For information, we talk about landscaping, lighting plan, long-term emissions reduction, biological resources, cultural resources, and unidentified cultural resources. If they're digging and they find something, it's very clear how many feet you have to stop. Draw a circle around that project. Nobody goes in there until you get the appropriate archaeologist to come in and verify what's been found. Geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, construction noise and construction vibrations, construction noise, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and no construction on Sunday. Utilities and service systems. So I think in that environmental impact report, we covered everything that we could think of.
I actually had a comment about the construction time. Is having lived next to a construction site here over the last years, perhaps Saturday times can be changed up to a more reasonable hour of, say, 9 o'clock?
I think these guys would work 7 days a week if we let them.
Oh, I know they would. That's
I
why I'm bringing it up.
I think that time, 7:30 to 6, is.
7.
I think that's reasonable.
You think 7:30 in the morning on the weekend is reasonable?
For the duration of the project. Your house made noise for somebody, my house made noise for somebody.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. It's an opinion.
Commissioners, do you have any thought on that yourself?
Which
This is on page 2 of the Exhibit A.
Okay, go back to it.
Be noise into, construction noise, the applicant shall implement and restrict hours of construction from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturdays, no construction on Sundays.
Well, there's a lot of construction going on in my neighborhood. I live in town, Franklin and Second, and 7:30 seems early for a Saturday. I kind of think that Eric might be right. It's going to be a major project.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, and maybe my situation, I'm being a little too compartmentalized to it, but I would imagine that most people work Monday through Friday, and I know there are a lot of people who do work weekends and work more odd hours, but I don't know about most people, but I use Saturday and Sunday as my catch-up sleep-in time, and I understand the constraints or the construction, and they're going to want to get as much done as they can. But I think a more reasonable hour of, say, 9 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I know next door they were starting as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, and they saw me more than one time in my PJs walking over to ask them politely to shut their saws off for another hour or so, just so I can catch up on sleep. It might be a little selfish of me to ask that, but I don't think it's unreasonable. From 9 to 6 o'clock on a Saturday, that's 9 hours of work time. So I don't think it'd be unreasonable to ask that on a weekend, you just move that time up to 9. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying, hey, can you just move up that time on Saturday? It seems like a small thing, but I would imagine that there are a majority of people who live down that area that Saturday time moved up a little bit.
Pat, you've been in construction all your life. What,
Most companies start at 7 and they quit at 3:30.
on Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Gives me the afternoon off.
And go to 3:30. Just in time for all the music in San Juan to take over.
Mm-hmm. 8 hours.
My son-in-law started earlier than that in Arizona because it got so hot in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So all our construction jobs would start at 7 and then at 3:30. And I did some pretty good sized jobs. So. The noise ain't going to be that bad. The only phase is going to be really when the truck come in and pour their concrete, and that's not going to be until about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock when they arrive. They'll be getting ready to pour their concrete and stuff. I have no problem with it. I mean, it's a construction job, I mean.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments?
But again, most of that construction is going to be out where there's no houses next to it. The nearest ones would be the last 4 lots on 3rd Street, and that would be closer to the homes. Most of all the first, second, and third, and fourth phases are clear out
in the field. The worst part of this project is going to be when they do 3rd Street, because they're going to have to tear the whole street up. The houses along there are going to be, I mean, it's going to be a mess.
What if when they're working on 3rd Street, right in a
Well,
living, breathing neighborhood?
Well, that's-
And they're going to say thank you when it's over. Yes,
mean
they
they
are.
can get it done in one
This whole
Saturday?
thing would have never happened if we would have been sitting on this board. There would not been this problem that we got right now. But we have to deal with it now, so it's going to be a mess. I don't know how Roger's going to handle that one.
Well, it's just a matter of traffic control and take it half speed at a time, you know, and those are things that you just deal with.
Would it pay to put a one-way street there?
Yeah, if they want to start at 5 o'clock in the morning to widen 3rd Street, I'll be more than happy to serve coffee to get that thing widened.
That's all, you're on television.
Okay, so if there's no more comments about the mitigation measure and the monitoring program,
I thought
Wait,
perhaps we
speaker.
could review under cultural
We have a
resources.
speaker.
Oh, excuse me.
I realize public comment is closed, and I'm sorry to butt in.
You're special.
But I didn't hear anything addressed about this idea of the infrastructure not being completed all at once. I'd like to understand more about why that's not required.
Because they're going to do it in 7 phases. A lot of subdivisions do that now because of the cost of money. So what they're going to do is they do phase 1, phase 2, and then they'll come around and do phase 3, and then phase 4, and then end up at the end over here, it'll be the last project on the When
And you're convinced that
that's the way most cities do it now, because there's a lot of money involved.
Because I talked to a lot of different
Yeah.
people who are involved in these kind of projects, and they don't think that it's the normal way of
Well,
doing it.
this is not a big housing development coming in there to build this. If this was a big housing development, it would be done.
I understand the economics of it. It's hard for me to picture buying this house right here, and moving in, and having the infrastructure being still built all around me. So that's all I'm questioning.
So the infrastructure that has to be built is the water, isn't it?
The whole thing.
The roads.
All roads and sewers and electric.
So what will really be built before you build the
Let's find
first house?
Ms. Fulton, would you like to address that? That's come up several times.
He's gonna put the main road in and one down that line, right here.
The question as to why all the infrastructure is not done at one time is cost. This is 86 homes, and a typical neighborhood now to put in the infrastructure, they would do 10 to maximum 20 homes at a time. You're not putting in just a water line. This is really your water, gutter, sewer. We have to build the detention area here, all the public amenities, the bridges. The bridges are going to be some of the major costs within the subdivision. Ian Hall is the engineer that has been working on the project for us for quite a period of time. And maybe you could break out a little bit as to what is slowing us down and why the cost.
I'm not so interested in the cost as exactly what will be done as the first things that people could look forward to there in the infrastructure.
It's related
Oh, what
to
you're
the
saying,
cost.
he's gonna come down that road there.
Right here
And
on
then
the
turn
entrance
down.
with the detention open space and the walkway through, and all this will be created right here initially. The first phase of houses will be right here. You'll see the road come in and stub over to the side here. I think our first phase is about 12.
Okay, that street you're just coming down right now, where are you gonna stop? You're gonna stop way at the end?
About halfway down.
I would say that you take it all the way to the end of the next street. Right there.
That's a pretty big phase. There's 20,
Well-
put 20 houses right at the very start.
But that's what I would suggest that they do. Because then they could come in down this way, come across, and come down that way without going in front of them houses.
You'll realize is, what he's saying is there's a lot of upfront money behind the scenes that you have to do for that first phase in terms of the PG&E planning, the payment, the infrastructure to get all that substructure, as well as the lift station upgraded right at the get-go for the full development, not just for the 20 homes. He's got to renovate that lift station for the whole development.
That's what I'm asking.
Right at the first phase.
But the thing is, Roger, when they built the subdivision right behind it, they did the whole thing. All the streets, all the infrastructure was in.
Well, I'm sure that...
Line Street was the same way, all the streets were in.
I'm sure that when they do the grading and stuff like that they're going to rough grade the roads and everything, you know, there, but they won't be putting in the underground electrical, gas, sewer, and water on the second and third phases until they get ready to extend it.
But it wouldn't cost that much more to run that street right to the end down there. And then stub everything out. Then that's all developed all the way down, then all he has to build the houses in there when they come up time instead of building another half a street.
I think part of the concern there was the desire on San Juan Bautista to not be flooded by too many homes at one time, to keep the phases smaller, more in the range of 12 homes at a time. To go to the end of the street, from a construction perspective, you're right, makes sense, but I think that was part of the discussion with the city to not have too large of a phase at any one time in terms of number of homes.
But every one of them houses in that subdivision behind you sold within a matter of 4 months.
And that's why, I think that's why we reiterated there this, that we wanted them to phase to bring the homes in gradually rather than flood them into the city at all at one time.
But it wouldn't take that much more money to run that street another, what, 200 feet, 300 feet. Then that part's done. Then they could build all the houses on both sides of that road when they pull their permits. If they sell them 12 right off, they start the next 12.
Currently, phase 2, I believe, is right here also, which would be toward the end of that street. And I think maybe that's what you're saying, is to have done all of this.
Right to there, and then you could build on both sides of the street. If they sell, you'd start building right on the other side of the street.
Well, that is the goal. We were originally directed that we should probably make this in more phases and smaller phases than, our original plan, I believe, was 5 phases.
Who, under staff direction?
Not just staff, but we had comments that said, look, we're afraid we're going to get inundated with too many houses all at once. So we did break it down into smaller phases. There was concern of an impact of 86 homes at one time.
Well, sure.
For us, ideally, we'd love to put up 86 homes and have them sold in 4 months. That would be a good deal.
Can I go up there a minute?
Sure.
We can vote on it.
Right now, you have a road that comes from here down to Christian, right?
Yes.
So what you're going to do right now, you're going to come all the way down to here for this road in?
The road into the Christophers?
Or are you going to stop here?
We'll probably stop right there right now.
Okay. Bear with me, you're going to stop right here, right?
Well, the first phase stops there, but that street will probably get completed
So
to
it
the
wouldn't
end.
cost you that much more to put this in. That way, all these houses right here, if you wanted to start building right away, you could do it without putting that. That road's already in, that way. In the next, when you come in here to do this over here, these cars can come down here, around here, and down this street over here, but you don't bother these people.
Well, that is where we are now. We have it in 2 separate phases, but you're right. It may be that phase 1 starts and phase 2 is right behind it, so that you don't notice the difference, except that on paper
It's going to save you money to put that little bit of street in, because following year, it's going to go up in price.
Yeah, all the way down.
So basically, you just want the whole street completed?
That street up to that point completed.
Just the street?
Right.
Because he's only going to start selling the first 10, 12 houses.
Right. But as soon as them houses sell, and he got that street in, he'd build 12 more houses, whatever he needs. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, it'd be cheaper for you to do it now than do a little piece and then another piece.
I don't understand why the San Juan was not interested in going ahead with the phasing as soon as possible if Creek Bridge sold
But
beautifully.
like I said, 86 houses. You don't want to flood the market.
Well, 86 is a lot. How many are Creek Bridge?
40,
35. Half.
35,
And they sold right away, different market,
Right, and that's
with some
that's the market.
incentives.
As you've heard lots of comments, people are concerned about the growth rate of San Juan Bautista.
Yes,
you
I
know
understand.
who these people are. So those are the people that wanted smaller
Well,
phases.
86 is a big number.
Hollister's putting in, how many houses is Hollister putting in right now? 1,200?
86 is a really big number, and it's
For
cutting
San
it down
Juan.
to 6 or 12.
And that's why we tried to manage it within our projected growth rate. It used to be 3%, and we tried to manage it in that.
I see.
Call it managed growth, is what it
It
is.
makes a lot of sense to finish that road out right to the end and put a barricade right there. Because then if he sells them houses right off the bat, he can build the next one and the road's already and all the lines are in and the electric's in and everything.
That would take care of,
That whole section right there, up to that point.
it would just leave 3 streets not
One
finished
down across.
and get more of the infrastructure installed.
Dude, all he wants is all Pat wants is the road. Yeah, Commissioner Gary just wants that road completed.
And the electrical and everything.
Everything will be in.
Yeah.
Oh, you want everything in it. I thought you just
Because
wanted the
it's
road
Well, the
built.
road, you have to put your gas, electric, and water and sewer.
The whole thing. What does Mr. Potts help us with?
We're open to direction from planning staff on the phasing of it, and if staff were to come to us and say, okay, let's make the first phase all the way to the end of Vista Way, and more than the 12 homes I believe we have now, maybe it becomes 20, we're open to that. That is not an issue. We will take direction.
Mr. Ponce had something.
I just wanted to know why Sorry. Okay. Why would you want that, Pat? What difference would it make? I mean, if
What
they're going to
difference
spend more money or they're going to save money, that's their issue.
It finishes that road all the way to that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you don't bother these houses anymore. All you have to do is build the houses. You don't have to build the road, the big equipment coming in there, putting the road and all that stuff in.
Well, when I buy a house,
When you buy a house, Richard,
you make sure you cover all the bases. You make sure what's behind you, what's in front of you, what's going to happen next. These people that buy these houses are going to make those choices. I mean, if it's going to save the guy a lot of money to do that, then I can say, I agree with you. But if it's not going to save any money, and it's just because we want to see the road all the way,
it's going to save a lot of money.
And it's up to them.
Because all I'm saying is, if you cut that road off there, then you're going to have big equipment in there, sidewalks in there, so these 4 or 12 houses down here are going to have to listen. If you put that road all the way to the end, all they're going to be listening to is you're building them 2 houses and 4 or 5 houses on either side.
Like you said earlier, construction's construction. That's what you expect when you construct.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. I built a lot of construction jobs, and they don't just put a half a street in.
If these gentlemen want to do that, that's fine, but I don't see why they have to. Thank you.
Would we be left with half a street if the subdivision doesn't go ahead?
Well,
no, when you're not taking a half street, is when they put a street in, it'll be a full width street.
No, I mean
Yeah.
the distance.
Most subdivisions would put that street all the way to the end,
Up against the
up against the
The
next road
property
that
line.
starts.
To Rancho Way.
If you're going to piecework this thing all over the place, then you're going to have a mess.
So that's, what do you want to do on this?
That's a thought.
Want to work with staff on that?
When we talked with D'Ambrosio, we asked them to put all of the
Streets. See what you do to all the infrastructures.
all in.
Retaining walls, roads, sewer lines, electrical, the whole ball that's going in before you even start building.
And that was originally for over 50 houses,
Yes, now it's cut down to 26.
townhouses.
27.
27 now. But that was his agreement to do that. We pushed on that one, never. Also, he was going to do 3rd Street.
I'm thinking this is our last subdivision for a while, isn't it? When you think of infill and what space we have left
The
in
only
town.
other one you could have would be Johnson property.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Where's that?
That's across the highway, be on Line Street in the back where all the walnut trees are, ties in with the subdivision on top.
The original ending of Lang Street was supposed to include that, but apparently the developer didn't finish it, so we have a
They had to plan at one
traffic
time to
problem
build there, but they had
and no
creek issues.
excess out of Lang Street except under the tunnel because it weren't able to finish that street.
Okay.
But that's my only suggestion, there was that one street, just run it all the way out to the end. Then you got all them houses on both sides you could build right away if you want to.
Okay, is this a, condition of approval or is it a recommendation to the developer?
Recommendation to the developer.
We're not going to add that as a condition.
That's up to you guys.
You guys.
You're on board.
You're
too.
part of it too, Brad. I guess I'm finished.
Okay. I don't think, we haven't resolved this thing. When it gets down to this, it's a kind of issue of money, and there are economic forces, beyond everybody's control. But the way we've seen it, the developers are giving us reasons for what they want to do and why. And they've also worked with the city to put an awful lot of other things in there they probably wouldn't have thought of, except that you pick up the refinements from the locals, and that was part of that trip and part of the 2 presentations that they made prior to this meeting. And so if they really feel that this is the best way to go, let's see, one way to put it is it's the corporation's money, and they're the ones that stand to lose more. And I would not want that to wouldn't want that to happen. But I personally am not a developer, so I'd have to yield to people who know more about the actual put the money in the ground business.
So what happens if he built in 12 houses right there, and all at once the economy's crashing? Where are we stuck with a project out there is unfinished?
Well, that would be a tragedy, but it would be beyond everybody's control. We'd have a lot of alfalfa growing out there. So I don't know. It's I think staff. Is this something the staff can work with to get the best deal for everybody involved?
Yeah.
Or should this, put it this way, should this be a condition of approval, or should this just be working with staff to, what's the best management practice for this particular issue?
There's nothing that would prohibit the development, in the different phases to start accelerating it. If they find that the market is very hot, they can continue to go. It's just a matter of extending so much in construction dollars to where then you can't service everything, and it gets down to a question of management, in terms of the cash flow and all that stuff.
In other words, we don't have a timing for each phase. That is at their discretion.
They could initiate the second phase as soon as they get the first phase in. They could initiate the second phase and just keep right on going.
See, if they're selling faster than they can build them, they're going to build them faster.
And we haven't set any deadline on or start date for any of them.
No, that's
phasing. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Generally, in most developments, the market rate of a simulation of sales drives what they're building, And the real estate people are out there and they're showing the model homes and stuff like that, and they get a bigger demand, and they can accelerate it. If they don't, and there's a certain simulation, they build to that rate.
So that's just like that big one going over there off of Union Road. They put all the streets and everything in there, all the underground, everything in that thing. And they're already got 7 houses standing up.
And they're building it all at once.
And we're glad they're over there.
But all the streets, underground in, everything. Sound walls are up, landscaping is in.
Let's check them out. Okay, what's the next part of this thing? Let's say, so we'll leave it to staff and the developer to work out the best management practice to go with this? Consensus?
Yeah.
Consensus?
I think so. Yes, I
I
would
think
say yes.
I think this was a good discussion. It brought out everybody's concerns. I'm sure the developer now has to start thinking about our concerns, because our concerns are supportive of his success here. So I think we all came out ahead on this. Yeah, I don't mind discussing stuff, because in the end, there's going to be a better project, because some things that we hadn't thought about come to the surface, they get resolved. And again, I just want to see a quality project finished here. Okay, let's talk about the conditions of approval. That was the environmental stuff. We have 54 conditions here called Exhibit C. On page 3 of these conditions, number 27, the applicant shall install group mailbox pickup sites throughout the subdivision only. I want only if required by the U.S. Postal Service Office of San Juan Bautista. I don't want to take out as determined, but only if required.
That's what my note says exactly.
And they've already talked with the U.S. Postal Service. They can service this thing, so it is not a choice of the homeowners association voting. It's a city saying, "Come on into town to get your mail."
I actually said only when the post office.
Only if, not when. I'm not counting on a when.
Okay.
Okay. Turn to page 6. 49. The applicant shall provide for inclusionary housing to the city as follows. 1. Provide 6 secondary units pursuant to California Government Code. I'm sorry, no, forget that. I misread that one. Are there any other comments to the conditions of approval?
I have a comment.
Sure.
So,
Your name for the record, please?
Ken Chipper, 23 Wally Street. And so it's my understanding that the goal here is to make sure that all the improvement costs for this development are covered by the developer. Is that correct? So
that's how it normally is
the pumping
done.
station improvements are going to be covered by that and those kinds of things?
Oh, not at this time. We're good. When this is through, this tells you the condition of approval. Then there's going to be a development agreement. And that's where you put down, it's a binding document that says you do this, we do that, you do this, and it specifies what he will pay and when.
Okay, because I have a question about number 45 on page 5.
And these are the conditions of approval. Okay.
Yeah, and it talks about the oversized sanitary sewer, and that the city will, it appears to say that the city will pay for the oversized portion of the sewer. Why wouldn't that be paid for by the developer as a condition? If he's going to have to improve the sewage pumping station, why would he not improve the sewer line?
It doesn't really relate to his project.
Well, the pumping station doesn't only relate to his property either.
Normally, if he was putting in a regular, normal sewer line, it would probably be an 8-inch to serve this. We're talking about an 18-inch.
Yeah.
Now, the 18-inch is oversized
I understand
for future
that.
capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the city will reimburse him for the difference between the 18-inch and the 8-inch.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that we are not spending money that we don't really need to spend, and that stands out as something that could be a condition if we wanted it to be.
No, I'm glad that you brought it up. But like I said, it's in phase 3, when we get to it, there's a development agreement, then you'll see more of it.
And the purpose behind that is that oversizing is really for the benefit of future owners for the next 30 to 40 years. Okay? And for you to ask a developer to put the bill for the future when the city is responsible to manage that, and we're going to be, over the next 30 years, we're going to be issuing permits and getting money for that to offset that and the difference. And so that's why you enter a reimbursable for oversizing, and that pays, that the new owners are going to pay that back.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understood that part.
Okay. Okay, these things have been made public. Does anybody want to speak on the conditions of approval? Or hear a summary of something? Or no speakers? Okay, there's 54 of them. And a lot of them are related to the mitigation measures.
I'd like to just point out a couple of things, little clarifications, that there is a condition 12, the applicant shall enter an agreement for maintenance agreement for public facilities with the city to cover the cost and continuing operation and repair and replacement of the sanitary lift station and storm drain open space detention pond, and shall not exceed $300 per lot per year.
Oh, that is a significant change.
A lot got out of it.
A lot.
Per year.
And
year.
that will be handled through the formation
The
of
formation
mellow
of a
roofs?
landscaping and lighting district, very similar to what's in Creek Ridge now.
But it's different in that it's a mellow roofs.
It's not a mellow roof.
It isn't part?
It's still a sanitary maintenance district, not a mellow roof.
And it will be put on their tax bill the same as Creek Bridge.
Exactly.
And that's what a mellow roofs does, isn't it?
Very similar. It's almost identical.
But we don't have that in the city yet.
I got one question. Are we covered too, Roger? Like when they did this water project, they missed that big pumping station on the other side of the highway. It cost the city $250,000. You know where it goes up to the water reservoir?
Oh, the booster station.
Are we covered hear anyhow that if the engineers make a mistake, that they have to pay for all this stuff?
Oh, yeah, that is that they have to, the first condition there is that they have to dedicate, improve, and guarantee by bond.
Because that project over there cost the city a lot of money.
Yeah, right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should have never cost the city that, because that was there.
That was about $275,000.
Right. But you can see in there, the applicant shall dedicate the necessary right-of-way, improve streets to geometric and structural cross-sections underground, and guarantee by bond the following streets, roads, cul-de-sacs as shown on the approved vested tentative map.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to add on the conditions?
No, I think that
okay.
covers it. You know, you got condition 27, which we have, right?
Commissioner Gilardi, do you have any comments or questions?
Back to 49.
49.
The inclusionary housing fund. I don't know how we quite get the city to use the money exclusively for seniors and not be sifted off to somewhere else.
Well, I think that's the priority that we want, and I think we've put in motion, Beth and I, and talking with the community development block grant people there, the available grants for this, and I've been talking to people that specialize in senior citizen housing. Now it's a matter of getting a prospective property owner that has available land in contact with them so that we can start initiating that. And it would be a tremendous incentive is to have, a lump sum of $172,000 that we could put forth to encourage that developer to move forward on some type of a senior citizen housing. As well as what Matt and I came across is the availability of community development block grant funds that are not only competitive but over-the-counter stuff that is available.
I realize these are conditions on the developer. I think the city has to assume the responsibility of using that money for seniors.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why we put it in is it wasn't just going to use for any type of housing for affordability, but really zeroing in on it. That's an unmet need that we've identified, in our housing element and everything was senior citizens.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, so we can take this first one, the vested tentative map, and then the next issue will be the agreement. Okay, a vested tentative map basically shows you what's going to be built and what conditions, and it sets it so that no changes can be made afterwards once it's been approved. And that's why we're very concerned about getting everything in there at the same time. So when this thing is properly done and completed, you will have what it's going to look like, because we can't say, well, we want to do this, we want to do that. We're saying, if you do this in this manner, you're free to go. So, we have a resolution here. Let's see how we're going to go through this.
It's important to recognize, and only because we've been inundated with the litigation recently on projects, that the findings are very important to perfect the resolution for approval, and that is that Planning Commission hereby makes the following findings to support approval of a vested tentative map for the Rancho Vista. We've outlined 9, and feel free to add more to there. That the project is consistent with the density of the zoning district in which it is located within. That the proposed use is necessary and desirable in relationship to the purpose and intent of the San Juan Bautista General Plan, the title, and the economic and social and environmental status of the city, that the use will be properly related to other uses and transportation facilities in the area and will not cause undue environmental impact related to noise, odor, pollution, etc., with the implementation of proper mitigation measures. That the use will not adversely affect the health and safety of persons living and working in the vicinity or be materially detrimental to the public welfare of the city and its residents. That the mitigation measures, monitoring programs, and conditions of approval of the project will result in the project having a less than significant impact on the environment. That the project is consistent with the goals and objectives of the general plan and allowing for urban growth that is consistent and compatible to the surrounding area and within the city's public service capabilities. That the project is within the existing city limits currently serviced by public utilities and is an orderly and outward growth for urban development within the significant extension of urban utility services. That the mitigation measures identified in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration report shows that there are no substantial evidence in light of the whole record before the Planning Commission that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, and that the project as agreed on by the applicant with the mitigation measures, monitoring programs, and conditions of approval would avoid effects and impacts to where there is no significant adverse effect to the environment and the surrounding area.
Okay, and to back that up, the Resolution 2014-31 approved the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration for Rancho Vista subdivisions to change the urban growth boundary and land use designation for the area from agriculture to low-density residential, and recommended to the council. Resolution 2014-32 amended the urban growth boundary and land use designation of the 1998 general plan of 28.3 acres in northern portion of the city, recommended to the city council. Resolution 2014-50 of the city council, they adopted the initial study and mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the 28.35 acres at the north end of the city on the west side of San Juan, identified as assessors parcel 002-220-006. Then a resolution of the city council amended the urban growth boundary and land use designation of the 1998 general plan for the 28.3 acres of land at the north end of the city. So, the environmental work has been done. The other urban growth boundary, land use designation of the general plan, we now have a resolution. And it's titled, A Resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the tested tentative map for the Rancho Vista subdivision with mitigation measures, monitoring, reporting programs, and conditions of approval. Question, is that map ready to be signed, or we need time to make corrections to it?
You're approving a tentative map, and as they go forward, they'll prepare everything like that, and they'll get ready for the final map. And the final map will be submitted to the city council. The map has to be substantially conforming to the tentative map, and then it will have to post the necessary bonds and improvements to go forward.
That's all in the agreement.
In the agreement, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay then. That being said.
So we do not, this is not a recommendation to the city council at this time.
No, this is saying that this map, as presented to us, is what we like to see. Now, if they have to make some changes here or there, but again, not significant changes, but just minor changes to make it work, when the council gets it, if it doesn't look like this, we've got a problem. But they will be able to say, okay, you know, they said this, and you made this little curve there, or it's 50 feet longer here, then that's not an issue. But the bottom line is, it will look like this. And we'll have all these conditions, and we're going to be going into the agreement next.
And the city council cannot approve the final map until it has met the conditions that you've outlined, the mitigations that you've outlined, and the monitoring programs. That's part of it. So, and they have to make the statement, and I have to sign it as a city engineer, as well as the planning director, that the map substantially conforms to the tentative map and that the conditions of approval have been met.
And if they want a significant change, they send it back here, and we'll look it over, and if we don't buy it, we send it back. If we buy it, they get it, and they can approve it.
And just to let you know, there's a number of, I think Mike is in the audience, he's an attorney in land use. There's a number of safeguards of implementing the final map through the Subdivision Map Act, where you have to go through all this there. The safeguards are there, as well as a development agreement, where before they can approve it, those things have to be in place.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest that we call the general plan the 1998 general plan.
What line were you located?
I'm looking at number 2.
2.
And thereafter, so that people know it was.
And the intent of the 1998 general plan, is that what you want to say?
That's what I would like. I would like that for discussion if you want to.
No, let's
question me
identify
about my
it.
thinking.
Let's identify it,
I
1998.
wondered if we should say as amended,
No.
because we did amend only the urban growth boundary, right? We don't have to say that. Okay.
Okay, any other changes to that?
That would be on number 6 as well. When you say general plan, I'd like it to say, unless the title is 1998 through 2015.
Well,
Because it's going to be-
that's the date of adoption, and nothing's been done since then in terms of adopting over that.
Do we have to say in number 3 at the end, mitigation measures as condition? Do we need any reference to the condition that we were about to place on it?
Well, I think what we were talking about is it relates to noise, odor, pollution, etc., with proper mitigations to address those. But you could put also in there and conditions of approval.
I'm talking about the resolution number 3. So
Yeah, number 3,
is that,
yeah.
Is it probably related to
the word et cetera kind of bothers me. It's too vague. Is it too vague for us?
Well, I'll just give the sample of what they are.
Okay.
Undue environmental impact, and we've got all these monitoring. We've got the initial study, we've got the negative declaration or the environmental impact report, and okay. The chair entertains a motion on the proposal.
My turn? Will this be resolution 2015-14?
14, okay.
Is it 14?
Yes, it's 14.
Don't want to say the wrong one. I move the approval of Resolution 2015-14, which is a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the vested tentative map, VTM 2015-201, parentheses, for the Rancho Vista subdivision, with mitigation measures, monitoring, reporting programs, and conditions of approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Guerrero is absent. Commissioner Gularte.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett.
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos is absent. Chairman Franco.
Aye.
With your members of the commission being present, the motion is tabled by the maker, passes unanimously.
New day. Okay, let's go to the last item on this issue, and it is called okay, let's see. Item 5F. Consider Resolution 2015-X for a development agreement for Rancho Vista subdivision. Staff, you want to brief us?
Again, the development agreement is an agreement between the city and the developer to ensure that the conditions, the rules and regulations that he will be subject to will be fixed for the duration of the construction period, and it will give us the guarantee and performance that those improvements will be done according to the vested tentative map conditions approval, monitoring programs, as well as outlined in the development agreement. Now, as you see in the very first page of the development agreement, that upon the approval of this, you are recommending to the City Council, they will hold a public hearing, just like the Planning Commission does tonight. Once they approve it, then the agreement is executed by all parties, and then it is recorded. And the recordation will be recorded and we'll fix it to where it goes forward.
Okay. Since the first page here is this resolution. 1, 2, the third whereas, fifth line down. There's a statement, we hereby makes the findings.
Yes, I got
Change that to read finds. The Planning Commission finds that the development agreement will strengthen the planning process.
Fine. The development agreement, yes.
Okay, and the next one, whereas, let's see, 1, 2, 3, fifth line down. I think they're saying to rules and regulations. So the word and plural regulations.
And regulations, yeah.
Okay, and we turn the page, and the first page, the cover page for the development agreement, please to spell the city of San Juan Bautista correctly. It says Bautista. It should be Bautista. Okay. I guess you can see the development agreements in the past. You've had situations where developers have put good faith up, and then you've had councils or agencies that have doubled back on them. And this will guarantee, and this is something that, with a developer knowing that he can finish his project, he's not hesitant to spend whatever it takes to do this, as opposed to spending it and wondering if the council is going to change their mind before he gets to City Hall. So I guess it's a good thing that we have these. Who wants to explain this to start with? Anybody want to? There's 30 pages of a lot of good stuff in there, and I did read it word for word.
Yes.
We read a lot of it. Yes. The first part is the recital, and you've just noticed on the second page under H is that is the Planning Commission, and then the I would be then it goes to the City Council, and the City Council adopts it after they hold the public hearings or review. They'll adopt it as an ordinance.
Okay, let's go to page 1, C, third line. The project will be reviewed and analyzed by an environmental document. Okay, and then 3 lines down. The city will determine.
Right.
No additional environment review is needed. Okay. Just items that I picked up. On page 14, under E, third line, cause the developer, '(S).
Excuse me, okay, now 14.
14, E, third line, cause the developers, '(S). Okay. On page 19, and, number 15, in addition, it is understood.
In addition, it is understood.
Okay, so I kind of wanted there.
Which one is that?
Oh, 15.
Okay.
It is?
It is understood.
Yeah. Okay, on page 20, Under A, affordable housing. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines from the bottom of that section. Each lot where a building permit is sought. Missing an H.
I think up on B, on that same page, first B, developers, that there should not be an apostrophe.
Correct.
Is it going to be developer or developers?
Yeah, that's a plural, not a possessive, yeah. Okay. Possessive.
Should we?
Developers may request that the city establish a financing mechanism.
Well,
That's plural.
that's plural. Subject.
Are you on B?
B.
G13. The first B. The first B at the top.
Yeah. Okay. I know my English teacher would be proud of me. Okay. Those are just items that I picked up.
On page 21,
21.
should we do an APN for that acreage?
Where are we located?
Yeah.
No, where?
Approximately 1.9 acre portion as soon as practical.
Annexation A?
Yeah. Should we have an APN?
It should be 1.08 acres, you know, because we know exactly what it is.
So we don't need
1.08
an
acres.
we don't need an APN to identify.
Okay. This covers an awful lot of stuff, but it makes it very clear who's going to do what, when, and what the remedies are in case they don't. Did I get to page 9?
9.
Yeah. Did I miss page 9? The third line down. Cities to address its water problems. IT apostrophe S? No, ITS. It's water problem. Third line on page 9. City to address.
Water problems as provided in.
Take out it. Okay, take out it.
Where are you? Oh, above.
Yeah. Third line down.
Yes. No apostrophe.
Okay.
I found something on.
You found something?
I think page 22.
22?
Second line.
What? Amendment?
B.
Amendment?
Amendment of this development agreement shall be required in connection with the issuance of any subsequent approval or any new city law. And then something, there's got the developer elects or comma or.
Oh, I see. Yeah, any new
something
city
is
law
not right.
developer.
Well, you're down at 3.02 in B.
301B.
301B.
Second line.
Yeah, the word that should be there.
New city law. That. Okay.
That.
We're good?
Yeah.
Because that one,
That's good. You
that's
got
an
it.
interesting concept right there. Because we're about to enact a new general plan, we're about to.
Okay. Any others?
We're just going through now for
punctuation
and so forth, but there's some
No, we're-
concepts here that we'll get to
Just
later.
call the page and we'll
Yeah.
go right to it.
The concepts we'll deal with later.
I'm ready now if you are.
Well, right there on that page, 23,
23?
the idea that the administrative amendments and the city shall approve.
What line?
Number 2, the
At the top of
bottom
the page?
sentence. Yeah, at the top of the page, the administrative amendment without notice of public hearing.
That's an administrative thing.
It is, it's commonly,
They sit down with the city attorney and the manager, and am I correct in that?
so,
And I tried to catch that where, whenever there is any type of, that we have to have a mutual agreement between both parties.
Would you like to comment at all on the agreement yourself?
Whatever you'd prefer.
Why not give us a summary from your side of the fence?
Absolutely. I can make it very brief.
Have we done our,
You guys have done an A+ job, and you've got A+ staff. You really have. Mr. Chair, you've captured it every time you've commented on it. It's really, these just make a project bankable. All right, you've already said all of the things a project's going to have to do, and this just says those are the things that we have to do. It gives a bankable life to the project so that we can get financing. That's basically what this is doing. It's going to be made up of 3 parts, and you guys have captured them. The front stuff is the recitals, where it talks about what you did and what the project is, what it comprises of. It comes from Roger's staff reports. The middle part, Article 2, is really the deal. You know, the part that we're giving additional money for water, and we're giving the additional money for the different things we're doing. So Article 2 is the deal, and the rest of it is just a bunch of lawyers giving you boilerplate, you know, notices and that kind of thing. The agreements, when boiled down, although lengthy, are remarkably simple, and I think you've captured it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this should be the big one. Because with this, they can go off to the council and head to the bank. Okay, does anybody in the public would like to make any comments on this?
And just to give you the background is that I know Mike has worked on it, I've worked on it, and I've sat with George Thatcher and Danny Mall, and they've worked on it. So it's got a lot of lawyers' input.
Sir.
Okay, back again. Ken Schipper, 23 Wally Street, San Juan Bautista. I guess I have a question. I'm not clear on item 2.12 on page 19.
19.
Establishment of additional finance mechanisms.
Okay. And what is your question?
I guess that the reading of this says that at our discretion we can do these kinds of things, which is to provide financing for the development. And I'm curious why that's included in here. I don't think it's our intention to provide any kind of financing for the development. That's the role of the developer. And I'm just questioning why we have this section in here.
It's only to the city to aid in financing.
Right.
Construction.
If there were grants available?
Just aid there is to
help. I mean, the comment was made that this is a lot of boilerplate stuff.
Yeah, right,
And boilerplate stuff is always protecting somebody on one side or the other.
yeah, right.
And I'm just curious why we would even agree to consider financing this at all.
If there were grants available.
We're agreeing to aid in there. What is happening is that generally municipalities have funding grants and loan availabilities that private entrepreneurs don't have. So
Okay.
we can bring that to the table and aid them in acquiring that through our cooperation.
Okay.
But
I
we're
just want to
we're
be-
not going to
Yeah,
fund it. We're going to assist them in matriculating through all that regulations.
Okay. I just want to be clear on what we were committing potentially to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on this one. And commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? Commissioner Galarte, do you have any others?
no?
Okay. There's a resolution 2015-XX, see approving the development agreement between the City of San Juan Bautista and R.L. Fulton Holding Company, LLC, for the Rancho Vista subdivision project. Recommend to council. The chair entertains a motion to that effort.
That motion should be with corrections.
With corrections, yes. There's nothing really significant.
At the
but it makes
very
it-
end? But those are mostly all typos, except I found another one.
We want with corrections on the title,
Do we?
Roger?
Well, you could say, we hereby approve the development agreement with corrections, you know.
Okay, the title won't have that, but the clerk will make the appropriate changes, and when I sign it, it'll be complete.
I see. So, but we're going to leave this the way it is.
Yeah. So, Chair entertains a motion.
I wonder if it's your turn, Guy. Are you going to make the motion? You're not going to make the motion. You just...
You must have been a teacher.
We are going to call Resolution 2015, number 15?
1515,
1515.
okay. Your lucky number.
I move that a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the development agreement between the City of San Juan Bautista and R.L. Fulton Holding Company, LLC, for the Rancho Vista subdivision project, and I will in parentheses read BTM 2015-201, and recommend to the City Council its passage.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Call for the vote.
Commissioner Rivera is absent. Commissioner Duarte?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Gujaros is absent. Chairman Franco?
Aye.
With 3 members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
It is now out of the commission's hands. It's on its way to council.
And it is only 9:15.
But you know, it may have taken a long time to do this, but if you do it sloppy, if you don't do all your homework, you set yourself up for a hit, and anybody can come out and say, I'm suing because you did or didn't do something. I didn't want that to happen. But in the process, I would like to say a couple of things. As a chairman, I enjoyed working with Mr. Fulton and Company. I felt we were getting the full cooperation of a developer with a proposal. I think the fact that we were so very supportive of this was because he had a good project to start with. We didn't have to modify this thing to make it better. We just refined it because he did a lot of homework, checking us out, checking our council to see, is this city where you'd want to do business? And obviously, after what he'd seen the commission doing, it was a place he wanted to do business, and I think we have sent a message to anybody who wants to come into San Juan Bautista. You got a quality project, it's a place to go. He also listened to the public. So often, you see talk, and the other side doesn't listen, doesn't want to make changes. Every time things came up that would make a better project, again, refinement, Mr. Fulton and Company made those changes and presented them. So every meeting, you saw a refined map. You didn't see a new subdivision, you saw a refinement to this. But he didn't do this until, like I said, he had a whole bunch of input from us. He integrated this with the city. We're going to make those connections down 3rd Street between he and the city and the other neighbors. We're going to get this thing worked out. But it was important that we have a direct line to the city that was off the state highway so that people could get back and forth and I'm still in San Juan, I'm leaving San Juan, I'm going to a new world. He did not fight the city system. We have the San Juan Bautista Design Guidelines. And if you listen tonight, he was very supportive of this, and he intends to use this thing in the development of the design of his houses. The other thing is, I think that even though we didn't use the big words, he is going green because all the new state laws require less energy, less water, less whatever. And the fact that we got all this landscaping, green areas in excess of what's required, it was good working with somebody who really wanted to make it happen properly. Mr. Ponce.
Bishop Ponce, 93 4th Street. I just want to add to that. I agree 100% with what you said. This developer has met with members of the community individually to deal with their concerns. He's met with our business people, which are very important to our community, and he's satisfied and is helping them with their needs.
And I think we're very lucky that we have a developer that has worked as well as he has. If we remember back a few years, we've had developers that we had to nudge a little bit to get what we want. And I think we're very lucky to have him, and hopefully he'll do other projects. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, everything had to be reasonable. And reasonable changes, reasonable requirements, and he expected reasonable from us, and we expected reasonable from him, and this is what negotiation is all about. And what you get is a quality project.
And Chairman Franco, your leadership has helped us a great deal with this, so I thank you for that very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Real briefly, Chairman.
We're going to miss seeing you.
I want to say thank you for all your input you've given us, for the approvals you've given us tonight. It's been a pleasure working with you. This is your creation as much as it is ours, and everyone's input. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we get back to work here. I have an agenda someplace back here. Okay, so we went through the vested tentative map. We did an agreement. Hacienda de Leal is the next one. Is a representative of the Leal, Hacienda Leal here? Okay, this item will be continued to the regular meeting of March. March 3rd, time and place specific. The key thing here is that when you get something this complicated, with many issues, that you don't want to be talking in space and then getting second or third hand to the people who are going to be affected by it. So I would like him to be he and his representative to be present so we can ask a lot of embarrassing questions and come up and get a project. Again, I don't want to have the commission approve a project that was sloppily done and open to any litigant who wants to come and say, you didn't do this, and that kills a good project. Okay, so the next item after that one, consider resolution 2015. Oh, wait a minute, we had
16.
Where is no the sign? Canaggio.
That's
okay.
6 action items.
We'll let it go then. Okay, considering conditional use permit for Hacienda Leal, we'll continue that one. Consider resolution 2015 XX approving correction to section 110410A of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, maximum site coverage. Staff.
Okay. Again, this is just something that caught my eye 2 years ago, and when it mentioned that it said the maximum for a single-family residential lot, other than the building coverage standard in the chapter 1103, which says that the building can consume 40% of the lot coverage, the maximum site coverage shall be 10%. Now, the 40% and the 10% just doesn't jive, because if you're building a house on a lot, it's going to consume 40% of the site. And yet, that ordinance says it can't exceed 10%. I thought that was inconsistent. However, Kara sent me a note and says that I was wrong in my interpretation. But she interpreted it a little bit different than I did. She says that it provides for the maximum 10% impervious site coverage. Well, the ordinance doesn't show that. Our legal ordinance in 1104 says 10% of the site coverage. So what I felt is that we should correct that. The bottom of my staff report shows that a typical 7,000 square foot lot, 40%, if a person built it out maximum, he'd put 2,800 square feet, he could comply. But then if he wanted to calculate the driveway, and then maybe backyard slab, that brings up about 3,400. So that's about 48%. If what she's interpreting is that you can have 10% of the lot coverage for impervious or non-impervious material, then what I'm recommending to you is that on the back of the page there that for single-family residential lots, other than the building coverage standards of Chapter 1103, the maximum site coverage shall be 50% of the lot size. Now, if you put driveways and patio covers that have impervious, you don't have to calculate that. And then you could maybe put your whole backyard in impervious material where the rain could soak right through it. Then you would have, you look at it and say, hey, I've got 90% coverage in there, but it's impervious. It doesn't count for the 50%. So the way I've framed it is that the 50% would be your maximum coverage for impervious surface, which would be roof areas and concrete.
Yeah, we need areas to, I guess there's new regulations keeping drainage on, runoff onto your property.
Yes.
And this would allow space for that, gardens,
Space
gas,
for that,
whatever.
right, yeah. So basically half of the lot is going to be pervious to groundwater recharging.
That's the word, recharging. Okay, is anybody in the public who would like to speak on this? Nobody. Commissioners?
You have a letter from Kara, though.
Oh, the letter from Kara should be read into the record?
She read it before, didn't she?
No, just part A.
Yeah, that was there.
She had two items on there.
110410 provides for a maximum of 10% impervious site coverage, concrete, asphalt, and others than the building coverage standard of 1103. Assuming a 7,000 square foot lot, this means 700 square feet is allowed for driveways and patios, which is more than sufficient. And again, the code says 10%, not of impervious, but just 10% of the lot coverage. It didn't mention impervious in that first sentence. It was only the second sentence.
The old way.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
Now therefore be resolved, the second line, it's amend section 1104-019A. And up there we have 010A.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do we want to do?
And that's just the, down,
Yeah.
and that down
Yeah.
for there for B, yeah, right. That should be,
10?
that should be a 0 instead of a 9, it should be a 0.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's
Subject to the change.
Yeah. Then Kara also had section 1103 allows 40% building coverage. Section 110410A allows an additional 10% impervious site coverage. But the code doesn't say it allows 10% additional. So I'm saying is 50% will cover impervious, and then the pervious material will.
So that would be the house and the garage and
Yeah,
driveway.
right. Exactly.
If you take out your lawn, pour concrete and paint it green,
Yeah.
it's impervious.
Mhm.
Okay, there being no comments from the public, no comments from the commissioners? The commissioners want to speak? Okay, the chair entertains a motion for action.
But are we going to use the word impervious in adopting a resolution or approving a resolution?
We have.
So how do we want to rewrite that?
Well, when you adopt this resolution, on the back of the page, on the back of my staff report, that will be codified and put into the municipal code. That will be put into it, and that's the way it'll be read.
Other than the building coverage standards of chapter, okay, the maximum site. Oh, that's where you're going to read it.
That will be the way it will be in the municipal code.
Yeah, they'll
Okay.
they'll amend the section, yeah. Okay. There's a call for action.
We can't do it all.
Well, we want a motion to approve?
Chair entertains, yeah.
I make a motion to approve that resolution 215-20 2015-16? 16 of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista, Section 11-04-010A of the San Juan Municipal Code, and recommend to the City Council that we're going to change it per the instructions that we have here for single-family residential lots, other than building coverage standards of Chapter 11-03, San Juan Bautista Municipal Code. The maximum site coverage shall be 50% at the lot size. Driveways and walkways made of permeable materials such as pavers set in sand shall be included in the site coverage with a recommendation to the City Council.
Shall not be included.
Shall not be included.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Call for vote.
Commissioner Bieber?
Aye.
Commissioner Galante?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Majeros?
Aye.
Chairman Russo?
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, now see what the next one is. Okay, we have an action item. Consider request for sign permit for Golden Wheel Antiques at 407 3rd Street, applicant Tony Cunagia. Is Mr. Cunagia in the audience?
No.
He is not. Therefore, it's under the same thing, I consider this courtesy to continue I move to continue the item to the next regular meeting on March 3rd to allow the developer to appear and address the commission. Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but are we gonna do something to request these people to be here, or?
Yeah, I go there.
Yeah.
And the day before yesterday, I talked to him. He didn't feel good, and I don't know if he was coming down with me. Because I noticed it was closed earlier today. You know.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, general discussion items. General plan EIR update. Sound like a staff issue.
I knew I was here for something.
That has done enormous amount of work studying this.
Thanks.
Looking at him, you wouldn't notice.
I know, right? I've had time to shave.
Do you surf also?
Well, I don't have much time now, but yes.
Yes, sir.
I did competitively until I was about 26.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so the Cal Poly students have been working on the EIR for our draft number 3 of the general plan that was accepted in August. And I got a rough draft of it right before Christmas, and so wrote down some concerns, went over that with Roger, and then on Saturday, January 24th, 11 of the students and Professor Cornelius Nuorsu came up and did a site visit. And so Roger and I came in on that Saturday and drove them around all of the sort of sites of interest. So we went down to the proposed pellet plant site. We took them up to the reservoir so they could understand the water system and see the town from above. And I think that was really good for them to get a perspective on everything. Went out to the proposed Rancho Vista site and showed them these things there and the issues, walked over to the mission. Then we took a little break and had some Mexican food at Doña Esther, and then came back and sat down around the table here and discussed mitigation measures, that's sort of the beef of an environmental impact report. So that's what they've been working on the most. And I think Roger and I are pretty impressed with the amount of work that they've done so far. And we covered both their questions, and then I think we had found a couple things that they had missed, and so we sort of filled them in on that. And we should be getting a first draft of the entire thing at the end of February. So
Each one of the students had one element of the mitigation, and they
at least one.
At least one,
Yeah.
some of them too, and they went into it very thorough, very impressed. They just hit it right on the nail. There was a few glitches that they knew they didn't know are there, and we filled them in.
Yeah, there are certain things like with the violations for the water quality and things like that that I knew from being in their shoes the year before are really hard to find if you're not on the inside of the city. So I spent a day or two putting together a pretty thorough background report on our water history here and gave it to the guy who was working on hydrology and water quality, just because I knew he was going to be able to find the stuff, and we want this environmental impact report to be very thorough so that we don't have to do it again. So I think that'll be incorporated in the first draft that we get at the end of this month. So.
Thank you.
Before we go on, when we have the meeting at the VFW.
Oh yes, sorry. This is not, well, it's related because the EIR is regarding this, but this is English-Spanish version of the meeting announcement for the general plan draft number 4 public meeting on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 o'clock at the VFW at 58 Monterey Street, where we're going to be. We've already rolled out the newest draft of the general plan, but this is going to be the opportunity for the public to come and give input, hopefully one last time, before we pair it up with the final EIR and send it off to State Clearinghouse. So,
would it be appropriate for that meeting to begin with introduction of the Planning Commission or some such thing so people know who we are, those of us who are there?
We got that programmed in already.
Do you?
Yeah.
And that maybe even that the chair could speak to the process so that...
No hablo inglés.
And it just let you know is that I've talked to Matt extensively about this preparation, everything, and there's no offense to Cornelius. He's a good professor and stuff like that, but he doesn't command the English language, and so I just said I would prefer that Matt would run the meeting and articulate the issues, and then we designed it and got it down into some bullet points where we can really identify the areas, and then we'll run it through there. So
and Thomas, one of the students that I was in school with, he's doing a double master, so he's there another year. But he's also the one who did all the GIS maps and everything, and I'm trying to get him up here for that meeting, and I think it's going to happen. So we'll still have a current Cal Poly representative who worked on the original general plan and is now working on the EIR present at the meeting, hopefully. So, yeah. But I can introduce you folks too. I mean, that's anything you want me to do. I'll be conducting it, so just let me know what you want me to say.
And speak slowly.
Yeah.
The acoustics are much better over there also.
Yes.
Do you think I need a sound? I've never been inside there, so do you think I need a sound system or just speak loudly?
I think you can speak loudly.
The Historical Society has a portable mic that I hope is still working, if you needed one.
his voice carries pretty good. You know?
I can be loud.
For this other people who might be asking questions, or pass
Oh,
the
to
mic,
hand around.
pass the mic part of the
Is it
issue.
electric or battery?
It's electric, and I can
Well,
charge it up.
check the batteries. Yeah.
So-
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Strategic Planning Committee report. Commissioner Baderos is our official representative to the Strategic Planning Committee.
Yes, we had a meeting on the 13th of January. We had enough for a quorum, so there's quite a few people that showed up. Some of the things that were discussed, I have it reported here that, and maybe Eric can fill me in if I forgot something. You were there, Eric, right? Yeah.
Me too.
We're talking about a $60 million allotted to be spent on the bridge, and I thought they were talking about the old Y area, which is spanning the San Benito River. There's $60 million been allotted for that, and why do we want that bridge there is something we're going to be looking into. Time and date for the location of the next general plan meeting was going to be done by Matt. Going to report back to us on that, and place a place to where we want to go where the noise level is adequate and conducive to a large group. Charter raising prices on as far as for the library and what have you. And we're looking into why they're doing that. The Government and Communications Subcommittee is looking into that. Why are the rates going up higher? What can we do to tap into the fiber optics that we have around our city here? There seems to be that's being monopolized by Charter,
Well, it sounded
having-
like they signed a 10-year agreement or something
Yeah.
like that, and that's now coming due.
It
It's
seems
free
like
for 10 years.
they're charging people through the nose to use that, so, and the schools and the cities are getting zapped for that, so we're looking into that. The other thing that we talked about was Government Communications Committee, still waiting to hear back from the City Council for the Youth Commission, and I believe they did make a motion on that the last, so this kind of predates, our meeting predated
It was a
the last
first,
City
it was a
Council
first
meeting.
reading, so.
Yes.
And then the next one will be this month.
So, right, exactly, so that's moving along.
They're soliciting for somebody right now.
Oh, yeah, the applications are out.
I've got, I'm on that subcommittee, I could talk about that if you want.
Historical San Juan Bautista Committee, I think we elected chairman for that at this last meeting, and Vanda Iber got it. And you were co-chair, or you just
No.
part? Well, I'm in it too, right?
Yeah, I guess
I'm in
we're
the
all-
committee too. And what we're looking into that
Was it
currently.
possible for us to all be there?
Right. So that's we're getting off on that. Another thing, let's see. The original group, we had come up with a vision statement, and for the general plan, the new general plan, or for the city of San Juan Bautista, we've got the vision statement. We don't have a mission statement, and we're going to get a group back together for that and try to come up with one subsequently in the next meetings. That's about it. Future agendas. We just talked about some of the things some of the announcements that are coming up within the city. A fitness group meeting that was happening on Thursday, following a meeting which was on the 15th of last month. That's pretty much it.
I got a
Any
question
questions?
for you.
Thank you. What?
That $16 million bridge they're going to put in.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Anthony Battel about that, and the county's trying to fight that, but the government's already issued the money for it.
Wow.
And that bridge goes to nowhere.
All right.
Another one of those.
The bridge to nowhere.
And who's our congressman that's supporting that?
The county wants, they don't want it. They want the money so they can fix up roads all over the county.
Oh, sure, I know that, but I mean, how
How
did our
stop it?
legislature decide that was the right thing to do for
I
this
really
area?
don't know how they did that, but it's sort of interesting.
Very interesting.
Any other questions?
Well, there's some
Yeah.
intriguing subplots in there.
From John.
Some staff
Yeah.
members that put that in there.
Well, there's only 2 houses across the street, and all they have to do is drive down and go over the bridge.
You gotta go down to Meadowville and come back, and then you can serve that whole thing with the old
Yeah.
CHP
It's just
funds used to be, and
Somebody's got
it's
money for
available
it.
to them.
We're also looking into putting these minutes into the city website.
Good.
The,
Oh, wait, is this part of the strategic plan, or?
yes.
Yeah.
I'm serving on a subcommittee and appreciate Matt's instantly producing the minutes, and before you get home, he's got them on your, in my case, in my computer. And you will see around town this brochure for advertising for the kids, and we're working on getting an advisor. And I intend to put these in my shop window. It isn't a shop anymore, because a lot of kids go past that on the way to school. And as far as being on the Historic Review Committee and worrying about our Conflict of Ground Act, I could stay out I'm really enjoying being on this committee with Shauna and several other people, so I think I'll spend my time
We decided
there.
it wasn't a problem.
If it's a problem.
We decided it was not a problem.
Okay.
Just say thank you.
If it were determined
Just
that it were a problem.
Just say thank you.
Thank you.
No questions?
I was just going to say for the record, I put that up on the city's homepage today, so.
Good.
It's
Okay.
And we're collecting them at City Hall, so if kids are watching this, they can come turn them in.
Yeah, and website's also featuring the videos, meeting videos.
Yeah, Connie's been doing a great job putting up all kinds of cool interactive stuff on there. So.
not even done yet.
Uh-oh.
Okay, the next one is Harvey's lockup.
Steve was not able to come everything. I sat with him 2 weeks ago, you know, and we went over the stuff. And then I told him, I said, you make your stuff out. He wasn't able to respond to me to get back to him, but this was what I had presented to you at the last meeting, you know, and you could see some of the things that we got not applicable, and then I signed off on them. And it's kind of something that I wanted you guys to take a look at, and then kind of there, and when he comes back, signal those areas that are critical. Yeah.
I think we were most concerned with the safety issues, like the
safety issues,
yeah, the
right.
sprinklers and
The sprinklers, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
What's it been going on for 7 years, isn't it?
7?
It was approved,
Fancy. Got him, yeah.
the day of the approval, yeah, it goes on, I think it was approved back in 2001, wasn't it?
No,
No?
no, not that one. I
No,
hope not,
no.
because I was here.
I wasn't even here yet.
We were here.
There's two of us.
I think it's 07 or 08.
Was it 07? Yeah.
You got quite a few issues down there, I guess, huh?
Well, we track it, you know, and incidentally, each development, we do the same thing. We track this. I have it for the brewery and every.
Most cities wouldn't let this go on for 7 years.
How is the brewery doing?
They're
Slowly.
finally, you got a new contractor in there, and they got the water line in today, and they're going to try to rock tomorrow and get the driveway in, and so it's starting to move. They got all the bioswales in and stuff like that, and rocked, and subterranean stuff, and the catch basin in, so it's moving forward, you know.
He's doing that himself, though.
Mm-hmm,
I
yeah.
guess so. Saturday and Sunday.
How about the gas station?
We can. You're just gonna explode over here if you keep asking about things that are on the agenda.
What?
Well, we got it.
Doesn't have anything to do with Harvey's.
Well, I can recommend for the next agenda.
Yes.
And
Okay.
there is a page where we have to get all the documentation, and it's been a lot of work, very lot of work. You know.
So what are we going to do with Harvey Lockup?
He's moving forward. I did tell him, I says, it's imperative that the sidewalk on 3rd Street get installed, because it goes hand in hand with what you approved tonight, is that I want to push real hard is to complete all the sidewalks on both sides of 3rd Street from Monterey to the subdivision limits, so that it's walkable where people can.
Oh, that's right.
Rancho Vista and the town.
The sidewalks are on the side, right? Both
No,
sides?
there's a lot of missing.
Oh, where you put the lawn.
Yeah.
It's grass, yeah.
And he was supposed to put one on the back of the building too, right?
Yeah, back with it, and that there is, it's all designed and everything, and he knows he has to do that.
So,
But I'm pushing for his sidewalk on 3rd Street is a high
what
priority.
would happen if this building caught fire and we had 7 years ago told them to put a sprinkler system in? Is the city going to get sued?
No, because we're on record to say, hey, you gotta do it, you gotta do it, and so we're held harmless because we give them due notice.
Did we have any kind of contract with them?
No time frame.
No
Just a use permit.
agreement?
Remember, we set a revocation hearing. That's what got the ball rolling.
I think that's the ultimate hammer that we can have. If you do not proceed in an orderly and expeditious manner, then you can start the revocation.
Can we make a recommendation this thing be finished within 2 years?
Yeah.
Or 1 year?
Let's put it up for, we can't do it tonight.
No.
But we can put it up for an action item.
And I think Steve understands that, and that, you know, if he was here tonight, I think he would work up a schedule with us so that he could achieve it.
I like the idea of it being an action item.
Let's
so
put it
that
on the agenda for next time.
He can come and we have a face-to-face.
Okay. Connie, you take care of that?
And it is very interesting to me that I think the crepe myrtles along the side of this building look dead.
That's winter.
So that when they're replaced, I'm hoping they're not going to be crepe
No.
myrtles.
They
Mike?
might
It wasn't sensible to plant them there anyway.
I lost all my leaves too.
Are you going to say that?
I lost them all. Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Public comment on Harvey's lockup?
Yes, Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. We just got through going through a lot of very strict and important conditions of approval on the project. 8 years ago, we gave this guy conditions for approval. And it's ridiculous. It's depressing to go by there. He's got temporary signs that we let him put up temporary 8 years ago. They're still there. A simple sign, 2 of them. One of them's hanging over, ready to fall down. That sign, that beautiful sign that was up there that Nyland had, thoroughbred horses, registered heifers.
Destroyed.
He put up his sign up, Harvey's Locker, and that thing is deteriorated. That's ridiculous. We let him get away with something, put his own sign up, and his own sign is deteriorated. On the corner of Church and 3rd, if you go there and you look in that corner of that building, there is no foundation. That thing is just floating out in the middle of the air. Now that's a liability, I think, to the city, because we are aware of it. If we were not aware of it, there's a possibility we wouldn't be liable, but we are aware of it. He was supposed to cover the side of that, the bottom of that building, so animals don't go in there. I mean, there's cats, that's home for cats, skunks, everything else. I think we've let it go too far. 8 years is too far. What kind of a message are we giving other developers or new developers when we allow this to happen?
At the time we caught it, we did some discussions with it, and then we were getting no place, and then we set a public hearing for revocation.
Yes, I was here.
And that's when we started getting some movement in our direction. But I think what's going to happen at the next meeting, we'll be able to discuss this, and Commissioner Garrett suggested, you got a time limit here, or you close down.
Yeah, he's taken 8 years of our time and money, and
it's an economic advantage to bypass all the regulations, and that's not fair to the rest of the business community.
If we're going to do that, we're going to do it to everybody else.
Plus, here's a good example. Is that on 1st Street, there's a house in front of Kenny Laverone's house. When they passed that house, they were supposed to put the sidewalks and guttered it. So nobody ever followed up on it, and it still sits that way today. You could ask Roger.
Is there a use permit involved?
That's uncompleted.
But there's a use permit there. Bring it up.
Yeah, if this guy had a building that say was half full, okay, he can't rent all of his rentals, then we can say, hey, the guy's struggling. He's not struggling, trust me. He's just dragging his feet because we're not pushing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll have that on the agenda.
Over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been around, there are a lot of little developments that did not have their improvements put in. Like Pat said, one was a Valero. Research, and there's curb and gutters supposed to be put into the thing. It's never done.
I'm ready to move for revocation. I have no problem doing this. Whether it be an innkeeper or a house project. The bottom line is to bypass the regulation everybody had to do is an economic advantage over your buddies. And you can save a lot of money by not doing it. Your buddies had to pay extra money. They had to borrow more money and pay for it to put it in. I think fair is fair. Isn't that 14th Amendment or something?
I'm going to ask Roger one question. On the other end of the barn there, he put all new lockers in there. Was that supposed to be that way?
Yeah.
He had a permit to put all those in there?
He had the permit to do that, yeah, right.
Because I thought they were supposed to be for cars and
everything.
buses, but there's no more.
And no more because I talked with the fire chief, and I says, we really don't want cars there with gasoline and driven.
Without a sprinkler system.
hazard, you know, to that, and so we decided, just as well, why don't you put lockers in there and get rid of the car?
So he had the permits to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be able to, next week, you know, if next month we don't get action, we go for revocation, and we just close the whole deal. Okay, then that'll put him on notice, start notifying his tenants. Secondary, okay, we'll go to 7D, secondary units.
Again, I go back to what I had in my staff report at the last meeting, where in our exclusionary housing, it only allows 600 square feet, which is about 24 by 24, and then I recommended maybe bumping it up to 900, you know, and then I come back and I says, if you go to 750 feet, that's a 27 by 27, that'll allow you to get a 2-bedroom unit in there versus a 1-bedroom. 600, no matter what way you cut it, and they're drawn and drawn, and there, you can only get a 1-bedroom unit out of it.
But a granny should just be 1 bedroom.
Should be 1 bedroom?
I think so.
Is it? You know,
So you like my lot back there, right back here, there's a little house behind there. If I build one of mine, the lot's only 24 foot wide by 90 feet long. So I could put a little unit behind there, but it's gonna have to be around 650 square feet.
if that's what you feel is appropriate, then I have no problem with it. It's just, a lot of people would say, can I get an extra bedroom here? And, you know, and the building code says is that you can't have a bedroom more than 7.5 feet wide by 10 feet long.
Our granny is 450.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Where's Mark Realty?
And I think it's fine. I mean, I don't live in it, but.
Yeah, you use it for a spare room.
Yeah.
Ours,
But it's just 1 bedroom.
1 bedroom, yeah.
Ours is 750.
Yours is
I
750?
click it off as
You're-
that
you
it's
see
the
the-
fixture units that I'm worried about.
Gotta have room for all those wine bottles. No. No.
The idea of 2 bedrooms seems somewhat appealing, because if it's a granny unit and they need help, live-in help, overnight help, and so forth, that would be convenient for them.
Good one.
And if it's a young family with a baby.
But it doesn't matter if you've got a little house with 1 bedroom, and somebody's gonna rent it. I mean,
Yeah, you could call it a granny unit, but if you don't have a granny, you know, it means you can't have it.
If
So,
you have 2 bedrooms, you might need more parking.
That's true.
You know.
Now, the people don't realize that these 3 lots right here that I got, and the lot where Ponce got and Kennard was, they were all exempt from parking in 1986. Because there was no more lots on the main street, so they did away with all the parking on them 4 lots. And it's in the code.
I came from a planning background.
Yeah.
Boggles the
Whatever
mind.
you guys feel, you know, it's just, a lot of people would ask us that they'd like to have a little secondary unit, and they want a second visit.
You want to have a public hearing on it to get any comments from the public? Or just want to leave things as they are? Or have staff do a 750? I mean, it's, what's good? Do you want to agendize it?
If parking is an issue, I think we should let the people know that they can have a say. Public hearing.
I think we ought to put it on agenda.
Okay. Put a discussion item, put a discussion item on there.
So we can make a call.
We're not ready to take action on it, but let's get some public input so we can do some meditating on it.
You're talking about
Good.
parking. How come the church locked up the parking lot for the buses? They got a chain across
Is it chain across it again?
Must have let some heathens in.
One day I come down the street and there's buses all the way down.
Is the sign still up?
Yeah. I noticed they've been parking there, but I hadn't gone down there, and it's chained off, huh? Well, I think there was a tractor rolling out this morning.
I see a backhoe.
Yeah. In
case it gets muddy.
Okay, next item.
I think the original agreement was is that they would allow the buses to park there as long as the children's were accessing and utilizing the mission. They can also use the state park, but they have to visit the mission.
Okay,
Fencing, 7E, staff.
And I put this on primarily, I think, Amanda called to our attention and she wanted there, and so I pulled together what our existing code reads, and this is right out of the code in 10-1, 500 fence definitions, and then it has A, B, C, and those are the codes and everything, yeah. And I think this was brought up really primarily from Mr. Lopez's stucco wall that's along 3rd Street. You know.
I don't want to spend a lot of time tonight talking about it, but I did look at, this was from Pacific Grove. I was trying to think of towns that were like ours. So Pacific Grove has all of that fences on their website. But there's I think that's a question and answer. Do I need a fence permit? A building permit is not required for a wood fence up to 6 feet tall. If you're proposing other materials, a building permit may be required. I mean, that would have pertained to this situation because they put up a
Masonry.
And this one from, I don't know, maybe it was Carmel. Oops. What are the requirements to build a new fence? All fences require design review approval. Fences over 6 feet tall also require a building permit. Fences along the front property line should convey a simple handcrafted design and allow filtered views into the property. So I think there's things that we could do to rephrase what we have to make it clear that we really don't want walls, if that's what we don't want.
And that would be appropriate is to craft some new regulations and hold public hearings and get public in, and then you could adopt it, recommend to the council, and approve it by ordinance, and then it'll be codified.
And how about painting? Does painting require a permit
Of a fence?
Painting
of a fence?
Not generally, no.
Because as I recall, the walkers across the street from me came before HRB to talk about painting their fence the same color that it always has been.
It's true.
And they came.
When was this?
That's in the historic district, though.
When was this?
A couple years ago, the walkers own the house on Franklin.
Right across the street from you.
So someone led them there. I hope they didn't have to pay a fee if there isn't a requirement. Oh no, they came maybe to the informal maybe.
It was the informal, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Then they were also painting the house at the time too. Yeah, right. And I told them that the house had to come in front of you, and then they decided to do the fence.
I can just make a few comments on the fence, and obviously I was a little upset about the Lopez fence. But just in general, some of the things to consider if it's going to be revised is there has been, by Mr. Fulton tonight, he made one of his presentations points was that he's going to be building this 3-slatted fence, and I'm not sure that the current ordinance would prevent anybody from taking that 3-slat fence in front of their home, pulling it out and putting a masonry fence in. I don't think that's anything anybody wants. I mean, there's that house there right at Awani and 1st Street that's got the nice 3-slat fence, and I think it would be a travesty if he would be able to pull that down and build a masonry fence or a masonry wall or something that didn't kind of conform to what was already built in the area. And I think that's kind of where, although I was the most vocal on it, I can assure you that a lot of my neighbors were also very upset about the fence in our neighborhood, just because it didn't look like anything in the area. So I think, I don't know what the wording would be, but something, if it's going to change its design away from, I mean, if there is a neighborhood that has a masonry fence line all the way down the neighborhood, and somebody wanted to put up a wood slat fence, it would look very out of place. And I almost think that if it doesn't conform to what the general neighborhood looked like, maybe it should be written in that at least it has to come up for an informal review to kind of look at it and say, all right, what's the next door neighbors, what's the neighborhood look like, and is this going to be way out of place? So those are just kind of my ideas when this comes up again.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have a 72-hour rule coming up.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
Being that we're so hip and I.
Yeah, great. Way to go.
I have to disagree with that. If you go into any neighborhood other than a track here in San Juan Bautista, everybody's a little bit different. And I think we have to keep that. You know, if somebody wants to put a 3-slat fence and somebody else has a 4-slat, he should be allowed to do that.
That's fine, but we're talking about a wall, a solid wall that
Well,
you can't
solid
see
wall,
through.
look who we have here.
I know, I think
Yeah.
We're Spanish style, we're a mix.
Yeah.
And we gotta keep that. So, I don't think we have to, we can't over control everything.
Yeah, I think
We gotta
the word
leave
is
a little.
design diversity, and I think we should have that flexibility, but it has to be compatible or consistent with the surrounding area, but have design diversity.
We have the idea in the design review somewhere that it's supposed to be inviting to the tourists. That's why mine is half open and half closed, and I need to deal with it.
Yeah, we have to learn to enforce what we have now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 72-hour rules, San Juan Bautista. Municipal Code Section 7-4-710.
We had some issues with removing an operative vehicle recently. They've been on the Alameda for far too long. And we realized going through that we're not actually allowed to do that. It's only Sheriff's Department. And we had some problems getting the sheriff out here to actually tag it and deal with people and get rid of it.
Doesn't consider it crime.
Started brainstorming about how we could modify this ordinance so that it would also designate the city manager, and he could appoint someone else, i.e. me, to issue parking citations and handle the removal of inoperative vehicles from city streets. So
I got so frustrated with this one that I took the ticket book down there, and I was going to write the ticket and put it on the window, and then the gal popped out of the thing where she was sleeping, you know, they, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to give you a ticket. $75.
Was she
You know,
sleeping in
move
the
this
car?
yeah, she was living in the car.
Oh,
Right on the Alameda.
Really?
oh, really?
And then I discovered that we didn't have the authority to do that. So I said, man, let's find a way where we can change the ordinance to say recognized employee of the city.
You get that taken care of, come down my block and have one of the cars turn out the driveway. Down the road a little bit.
But you know, you can put that down, that inoperative vehicles have to be behind the front yard setback, behind a 6-foot wall. That's what we did.
Yeah, they got right out in the driveway.
Been in the driveway for longer than I've been here.
Well, and we're making slow progress with that, but code enforcement's one of those things where we're working on lots of projects, and so I just sort of take them as they come. And you know, we have an abatement letter out right now for the 10-day period. If they don't do it, and it's on private property, but if they don't call it in the 10 days, then Roger and I are going to do the abatement.
So we're on that subject. I think we ought to put a motel on it down there. I'm not the apartments on that too, for the other side of the parking on the other side of the street. Every time you come in San Juan, it looked like a used car lot.
Well, they do go in a day. Most of them
Not
work.
too many.
No, the shop used to, I guess
Turn up the road over there.
they store their cars across the street so they can work on the ones in the shop.
Across from the mission apartments.
Oh, yeah.
That's supposed to be the gateway in the San Juan.
Mr. Chairman, when I saw 72-hour rule here, and I didn't look it up, I thought it was applied to planning commissions.
Meetings, yes. Oh, God. 7.2.
That's a 10 o'clock rule.
One thing that we did find with the vehicles, you got to have people call in on it, because we found out that vehicles that were sitting down for a long time sometimes end up being offices for drug deals. You call up, I want something, and see the blue car down on the street there, yeah? Drop your money and you take the bag. The money's not there, we're coming after you. So they became offices. So we confiscate the car. Hey, so what? I made several $1,000s with it. Take the $50 car.
Would you guys tow it or? No.
I've also had where the grass has been growing under them through the pavement. Tells you how long it's been there. But again, unless somebody says something. But even when you come by, the guy says 72 hours. Say I call in on somebody. They put the tag on. 72 hours starts from the time the officer sees it, not the time that I said it's been there for 7 days.
Right.
Which is, I think, is a problem too.
Well, I mean, this one had been there for weeks, and
Yeah, good
we were
move.
trying to get that started. And then after I contacted the sheriff, it was still more than a week from then to get the sheriff to come here and deal with it. So.
Did you ever talk with him and say, hey, what would you do? What can we do to help you make that thing go? You know?
Oh, yeah.
Because you want to say, well,
disregard
let me
my writing.
deputize you, and you give these tickets out.
Right.
But that's all you can do,
I
just
can only send
deputize
you
for
soft
that.
copy.
I mean, ask him, because
I can always
that would
send
save us a lot of trouble. You wouldn't even have to ask questions, you know? See it, stick the ticket on, 3 days later, you
Yeah.
call abatement. Because I'm sure they can do that. If they can pull a posse together, they can sure deputize a guy. Okay, let's go to the next. Sign ordinance. What's our do about sign ordinance? No staff report. Was it approved?
No.
No, it was,
What do you mean, no?
The city attorney had a couple more remarks, was it?
We counted on getting all those remarks before it went to the council. That was the whole point.
The city
Let's
attorney,
continue.
new one? Is your old one?
You looked at what you made the changes to, and he's just kind of insistent that his changes are really good too.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
just
why
the
wasn't he-
impression I got. He said, well, as long as you put this, you really need to put that in. And,
Where was he 4 years ago? This is frustrating. So, is it coming back to us?
Roger?
We'll get it straightened out with the attorney and then get it to the council.
Yeah, but if it has to come back, just agendize it and we'll review it and send it up again. You know, we acted in good faith to act for the business community, for the beautification of the city, put blood, sweat, and tears into this thing, got full support. What went wrong? You know?
Got rid of some boilerplate that he liked.
Must be a newbie out of school. Okay, future agenda items.
Gas station.
Gas station use permit.
Harvey's lockup.
UP, okay.
That's part of the discussion, not an agenda item. Just part of the discussion, right? Not an agenda item.
We're going to put it on the agenda to discuss it.
No, what? Yeah,
It has to be put on the agenda to discuss.
Yeah, but not act.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we just wanted, discussion.
Did we lose McCandless?
He boarded and put some
Visqueen?
Visqueen over there just to keep it from moisture from getting in. And he hasn't decided. I talked to him a couple times on there, and he still wants to build more apartments than commercial, because he says just the economics of it.
We sure can't, discourage someone, especially after his place burned by fire. It's no fault of his own.
You got a law.
And we really lost an important business
Right.
or two.
But when fire tears something out, all the benefits are gone. You got to start from scratch.
I know.
And scratch says, what's the law today? And that's the ordinances we have to deal with. So it's nothing against him. It's just we've
I
got
know
a
that.
law that says,
And if it wasn't mixed use downtown, it was just general commercial, he would be obligated to put commercial in.
But he's obligated to do mixed use now, as anybody else would have to.
under similar circumstances, yes?
You could build commercial.
And
on
including parking, which we didn't ever require of anybody else in the commercial district.
now require it.
Historic district.
Yeah, see, that's one of the reasons developers want development agreements, that we don't come up with different regulations after they've already put their money. The banks said, oh, banks, we need another 50,000,
Yeah.
No, there's nothing to apologize for this one. We didn't set the fire. And all the rights and benefits are gone. It's the use ceases to exist, and anything new complies. That's all we're dealing with, compliance with the law.
That's why we did that conditional use permit for the Castanedas too, with their addition about, if, more than 75% is destroyed, that's that type of deal where they wanted to be assured that they could rebuild what they had, and so they got that on paper. But, if you don't have that, you're stuck with the new zoning.
That'd be like me, building apartments right here on the street, 7 stories high.
Well, you aren't, are you?
Could be done. It's 6 stories on it.
Okay. So we got those two, a gas station use permit and Harvey's. Commissioner, do you have anything you want to say? Follow up.
I just want to say that the Historical Society and the Native Daughters are having a book signing on February 21st. Read about it in the Mission Village Voice. Please come.
Congratulations on the Mission Village Voice. We've needed some place to find local information. Glad you folks established it.
I did a walk through the two new homes on Monterey Street, which was really nice inside. And I thought they're both rentals. And for rentals, those are really nice units. So they really did a good job there.
They cleaned up that block pretty good.
It did.
Yeah.
Very attractive.
Yeah.
Ken, he wanted to sell them, but the capital improvements with the stuff, and so he's going to rent them for about a couple of years, and then.
Hope they still look as good.
Yeah, right. Let's hope that they maintain it.
And another one,
Nice job.
Get good tenants.
Another one did a good job too. The guy who bought on Verena's Court there, the two apartments all ran down. He set them up, picked them up, put everything new in. Really nice now. Cleaned up the block.
My brother-in-law rented his house. There was a 20-page rental agreement between him and every light bulb was listed. Anybody else?
I have two comments. One is, this is February meeting, and in May is Preservation Month, and we need to be thinking about who we want to honor.
Okay. Would you like to chair that?
I guess so.
Okay. You want somebody else to work with you?
Sure, Banda.
Banda.
We've been working together on this for a long time.
Then I'll make an official appointment to Banda and the Commissioners Seguiber and Vilarte to look around and see who has made significant improvements in accordance with the policy that we set for this program.
Thank you.
So that we can make the presentation in May. Okay.
The other remark I have to make is related to a remark that was made after the last Planning Commission by Connie suggesting that the packets not be provided to us in this form. And I objected most vehemently, and I would still continue to do that for several reasons. This is a legal document. And as I sit here as part of a team, I want to know that everyone who's part of my team is looking at had the same opportunity to view it as the public. It says on our agenda first page, in the second square down, any writing or documents provided to a majority of the City Council, and I'm wondering why it says it on ours, regarding any item on this agenda will be made available for public inspection at the meeting and in the city clerk's office located and so forth and so on. I believe that is a written document. This is my tool to prepare me for this meeting. And if you don't believe that, that we really use these tools, it's completely marked up with my thoughts and my questions and how I go about my whole job. So I would not be interested in providing to any members of my team the opportunity to download their own material from their own printer and then use it or not. Because this is a legal, as far as I'm concerned, a legal document, as it is given to us.
So duly noted.
Okay. Thank you.
I got one more thing to say too. Well, actually a couple of things. First of all, I just want to thank Ernest and Jordana and Pat for doing such a good job with this Rancho Vista thing. I think you as a quorum, I had no concerns whatsoever that this thing was going to be resolved and put forward and expedited, as you might say. So you did an excellent job. I want to thank Richard for bringing in that letter on behalf of all the merchants. That was really cool on your part, and it really tells the committee here, or the commission here, that you're on our side and want to help us do the right thing for the city. I really appreciate that. And of course the staff. Staff is always doing a good job, and without them, You know, it's been great. So I didn't say anything all day today, so I thought I'd say this. I couldn't vote on anything, so yeah. So thank you on that part. You guys did an excellent job. And of course, the public too. I mean, there was a lot of support out there. Yeah. There's only one of you left now, or two of you, but that's the other thing too. You guys are here till the last minute, and that's really special too. I think it really makes us want to come back here next time and work here even harder. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, we got a good planning commission. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're gonna keep trying.
I missed you. I really missed your support.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll try to move someplace else. All right. Yeah. I gotta stop being a land baron.
Okay, I would like to commend Connie over here on that website. It was long overdue. We're taking the city into the 21st century with old age technology, and you came through and gave us a website that I went through it accidentally. I needed something. All of a sudden, I saw the streamer, and then I saw the new stuff you'd put in there. And I think the only thing that's missing now is for you to write an article for the Voice and let the public know in detail what they can find on the new city website.
I am still actually in the process of coming up with a new layout for it, just so that it's easier to read. But I'm not quite done with it yet, but I think when I'm done with it, I will.
But would you consider that? Because, like I said, it's no good unless everybody knows it. I found it accidentally. So I think by putting the Voice, it gets out, and because we keep telling people, you know, get on your mailing list to get all this, the agendas and stuff. And here it is. You know, you've got it there. Save you a lot of trouble. That was, and then I have a question for the city manager. What's the status of our water? The water, I understand we can drink it now, but we never put it in. I never saw a notice come through on it.
We just finished the notice and it's going out with the water bills this month.
Because I was in a restaurant and I saw the letter from the health department to you posted on, Doña Esther posted on the wall there. And said, whoa.
We got that in right before Christmas, and there was a little glitch and everything, but we let the restaurants know because they had to buy bottles.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I saw them carrying. They were pushing. Okay, that was my comment. Anybody else want to say anything? Staff?
One last call. Everybody out there, come out to the meeting.
Okay.
Wednesday, February 18th, 6 o'clock, VFW. Might be the last chance to give input on the general plan, and it's very important. So, and this is just as much weight as if you'd come to the first meeting. We're going to accept all comments, consider them, make changes. It's still a working, living document that we can change. So.
Did you put that in the Voice?
I could, yes.
You should,
Probably
yeah.
should do that, yeah.
When does it come out again before the 18th?
It's too late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, what I've done, I put in that one, I just put the summary of the actions that were taken by the planning commission.
Mm-hmm.
No detail, but just they did this or that. And I plan to do that on a regular basis. So, stuff like that would be really good.
It's a great new advertising
In fact,
tool.
she's got the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot it into the calendar and it'll get put on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can still do it online.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Do not, I can give you Auntie Tana's email.
Okay.
Okay then. Chair entertains a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn
I'll
this
second that
meeting.
motion.
All in favor? I don't think we need a roll call vote for this one.
Aye.
Okay, so be it. It's 10:23. Good night, folks.